In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides. In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides.
Lang. Volunteer po sana si Kumpas. Ilan pong basahin dyan? Kasi resume lang yun. Sana si Kajelco. Kaya wala po. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business, and for such purpose, may I request that the Secretary General read the titles of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the bills and resolution on first reading, as well as communication and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill number 11378, reorganizing the National Council on Disability Affairs into the National Commission on Disability Affairs by Representative Suwan.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill number 11383, amending Section 17 of RA 8550, providing for the development, management, and conservation of the fisheries and aquatic resources by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill number 11385, increasing the salary and compensation of public elementary and secondary school teachers by providing an additional allowance by Representative Hernandez.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill number 11386, granting hazard pay to all duly appointed barangay tanod members during their incumbency by Representative Hernandez.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 11387, granting incentives and benefits to barangay health workers and barangay nutrition scholars by Representative Hernandez.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 11388, establishing programs and services for the support of the mental health and wellness of solo parents by Representative Hernandez.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill number 11389, defining the concept of savings and regulating the process of augmentation by the President in the implementation of Article 6, Section 25.5 of the Philippine Constitution, amending Sections 2, 28, 39, and 49 of Book 6 of the Administrative Code of 1987 by Representative Sandanya.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill number 11390, institutionalizing people's participation in the budget process, particularly in the planning and identification of programs and projects for poverty alleviation and local development by Representative Sandanya.
To the Committee on People's Participations.
House Bill number 11391, strengthening the national program for the elimination of tuberculosis by Representative Sandanya.
To the Committee on Health.
Resolution, House Resolution number 2215, directing the appropriate committees of the House of Representatives to conduct an inquiry on the prevalent issue of incurring commitment fees resulting from delays in the implementation of government projects funded by foreign loans by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Rules.
Messages from the Senate, message dated January 28, 2025, informing the House of Representatives that on January 14, 2025, the Senate designated Senators Zubiri, Gatchalian, Nancy Binay, Legarda, and Ontiveros as conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2878 and House Bill 11199 on the proposed Economy Planning and Development Act.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated January 30, 2025, informing the House that on January 28, 2025, the Senate designated Senators Mark Villar, Padilla, and Ontiveros as conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2804 and House Bill 11230 on the proposed new charter of the DBP.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Messages dated February 3, 2025, informing the House that on even date, the Senate passed the following Senate bills in which it requests the concurrence of the House. Senate Bill 2818.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
Senate Bill 2920.
To the Committee on Justice.
Senate Bill 2893.
To the Committee on Health and the Committee on Science and Technology.
Senate Bill 2669.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Senate Bill 2838.
To the Committee on Local Government.
Senate Bill 2819.
To the Committee on Muslim Affairs.
Senate Bill 2928.
To the Committee on Health.
Senate Bill 2647.
To the Special Committee on Basis Conversion.
Senate Bill 2942.
To the Committee on Rules and the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
Senate Bill 2826.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
Message dated February 3, 2025, informing the House that on even date, the Senate passed with amendment by substitution House Bill 11072.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
Message dated February 3, 2025, informing the House that on even date, the Senate passed with amendment by substitution House Bill 428.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
Message dated February 3, 2025, informing the House that on even date, the Senate passed the following House bills without amendments. House Bill numbers 10306, 10444, 10445, 8905, 10085, 10804, and 9869.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications, letter dated December 19, 2024 of the COA chairperson furnishing the House with copies of their annual audit reports on certain Coconut Industry Investment Fund Oil Mills Group of Companies.
The Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated January 2, 2025 of the COA Regional Director, Regional Office 3, furnishing the House with copies of their management letters and financial audit reports for the year ending December 31, 2023 on certain water districts.
The Committee on Public Accounts.
Committee reports. Committee report number 1394, submitted by the Committees on Higher and Technical Education, Appropriations, and Ways and Means on House Bill 11392. Committee report number 1395, submitted by the Committees on Higher and Technical Education, Ways and Means, and Appropriations on House Bill 11393. Committee report number 1396, submitted by the Committees on Sustainable Development Goals and Ways and Means on House Bill 11394. Committee report number 1397, submitted by the Committees on Social Services and Appropriations on House Bill 11395. Committee report numbers 1398, 1399, 1400, and 1401, submitted by the Special Committee on Creative Industries on House Resolution numbers 2217, 2218, 2219, and 2220 respectively. Committee report number 1402, 1403, 1404, and 1406, submitted by the Committee on Legislative Franchises on House Bill numbers 11396, 11397, 11399, and 11401 respectively. Committee report number 1405, submitted by the Committees on Senior Citizens and Ways and Means on House Bill 11400. Committee report number 1407, submitted by the Committees on Trade and Industry, Ways and Means, and Appropriations on House Bill 11402. Committee report number 1408, submitted by the Committee on Health, Appropriations on House Bill number 11406. Committee report number 1409, submitted by the Committee on Natural Resources on House Bill 11408.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the guests of the Honorable Loreto Acharon. And these are the Sangguniang Kabataan Chairman of General Santos. And these are Lloyd Angelo Adeser, Jeric Cortez, Joven Kadungog, John Lloyd Diamante, Robin James Mozo, Anthony Atelano, Charisse Barde, Kate Catalan, Devin Galve, Joshua Manansala, Romeo Heraldes, Ryan Lorica, Josette Lim, Gregory Pilio, Mark Salcedo, and the following Sangguniang Kabataan members, namely Mark Bacalo, Clyde Almaden, Ali Jahad Bentaib, Bless Prado, Elijah Pacquiao, Cherry Hinlo, John Avila, Al Gani, Wen J. Landero, Christian Aquiliam, Rani Taborada, and Juliana Toyogon.
To the guest of Honorable Loreto Acharon, the Sangguniang Kabataan chairpersons and members, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Chair declares privilege hour. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the gentleman from General Santos City, the Honorable Ton Acharon, be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable Gentleman from the Lone District of General Santos City, Loreto Acharon, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Pro Leader. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, a pleasant good afternoon to all. For the third straight year, the Philippines remains the riskiest country according to the World Risk Index of 2024, underscoring our susceptibility to natural hazards as the highest among the 199 UN member states. The Philippines, Mr. Speaker, is situated along the Pacific Ocean's typhoon belt, and within the Pacific Ring of Fire, making us extremely at risk from around 20 typhoons each year and likely to experience frequent earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. These natural hazards or events are directly associated with climate change, and while it is true that climate has indeed changed many times throughout history as part of a natural cleansing process, the frequency and intensity of natural events we experience cannot be explained anymore by natural causes alone. Of particular concern is the rapid increase in the average global temperature of the air and oceans caused by excess heat in the atmosphere over a period of time known as global warming. Human activity involving widespread use of fossil fuels, coal, oil, and natural gas to generate energy for electricity, heat, and transportation contributed to the increase in the planet's overall average temperature in recent decades, mainly because of greenhouse gases produced from such use and release in the air. Among these greenhouse gases, the increase of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere from the burning of fuel and gas, such as gasoline for cars and natural gas to keep houses warm, is the main cause of global warming and the biggest part of the problem. While plants and trees remove carbon dioxide from the air and transform this into oxygen through photosynthesis, the domino effect of massive deforestation or unabated destruction of forest cover to make available land for urban development and destructive agricultural practices can simply be described as less trees, more carbon dioxide. Methane is another greenhouse gas that contributes to global warming. Farm animals and livestock such as cows, sheep, hogs, and poultry release massive amounts of methane into the environment, simply described, on the other hand, as more meat, more methane. Last year, Earth's average surface temperature was the warmest on record, according to analysis by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA, and the World Meteorological Organization, findings that are similar to the discoveries of 4 other independent weather and scientific organizations in Europe and the United States. We are always reminded that on November 8, 2013, a super typhoon Haiyan, also known locally as Yolanda, made landfall in the Philippines in the municipality of Guyan. With wind speeds of over 300 kilometers per hour, Yolanda left 6,300 dead, 28,688 injured, and 1,062 missing. Last year, during the commemoration and turnover of housing units to victim families of Typhoon Yolanda, Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez reminded the public to stay vigilant in the face of the challenge brought about by climate change, and I quote, "Hindi na dapat maulit pa ang trahedyang naganap noong panahon ng Yolanda. Gaano man kalakas ang bagyong darating, dapat nating siguruhin na nakahanda ang ating mga kababayan. We must be vigilant against climate change to protect our people from falling victim to such tragedies." Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, climate change is real, and though these changes will not be the same everywhere, governments found common ground and agreed to keep temperature from rising above 2 degrees Celsius within the ambit of the so-called Paris Agreement signed by 196 nations in 2015, the first comprehensive global treaty to combat climate change. Currently, the Philippines is a minor contributor to climate change globally, and while our greenhouse gas emissions ranking is in the top 25% among low and middle income countries, we anticipate significant increases in the coming decades because emissions from the energy and transport sectors are projected to quadruple and double respectively by 2030. To our nation's credit, we have established the National Adaptation Plan for 2023 to 2050, the comprehensive set of policies, programs, and institutions that serves as guide to the whole of nation approach in addressing the country's vulnerability to current impacts and future risks to climate change and disasters. To this administration's credit, His Excellency President Marcos Jr. called for stronger cooperation on climate change, agriculture, and food security during his speech before the 77th session of the UN General Assembly, and which I quote, "Climate change is the greatest threat affecting our nations and people. There is no other problem so global in nature that it requires a united effort, one led by the United Nations. The effects of climate change are uneven and reflect a historical injustice. Those who are least responsible suffer the most. As we call on industrialized countries to fulfill their obligations under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement to cut greenhouse gas emission, provide climate financing and technology transfer for adaptation for the most vulnerable, and developing countries to lead by example, President Marcos has this to say, and I quote, "We accept our share of responsibility and will continue to do our part to avert this collective disaster. This threat knows no borders, no social class, nor any geopolitical consideration. How we address it, it will be the true test of our time. It is therefore unfortunate and downright ironical that at the onset of 2025, the world community was surprised to learn that the second biggest emitter of greenhouse gas pollution has withdrawn from the Paris Agreement for the second time. To our institution's credit, landmark legislation supporting climate change, adaptation, and mitigation were enacted in previous Congresses. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, this representation is most interested in Republic Act number 9003, otherwise known as the Ecological Solid Waste Management Act of 2000. Because right now, as I speak, in the North Pacific Ocean, there exists what is called as the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, an island of floating garbage made up of mostly plastic byproducts, covering as large as 1.6 million square kilometers. According to researchers who conducted the study since 2015, the discarded plastics and other floating debris came from countries in Asia, most notably from 6 primary sources, namely China, Indonesia, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and the Philippines. Ocean Cleanup, a non-profit project that aims to remove plastics from the oceans, estimated that it will take them 5 years to clean the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, if the Philippines is indeed one of the 6 primary sources of floating plastics in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, then maybe we should invoke the oversight and the portorial provisions of RA 9003, because in the light of these revelations, the implementation of this law has failed considerably to address management of solid waste. Over 2 decades since its passage, the weak implementation has allowed plastic waste in our ocean, threatened more biodiversity, and endangered the food security of millions. As a major source of food, the deep blue waters out of our oceans are as important as the atmosphere we are morally bound to protect. With every moment of delay, waste piles up, choking our oceans, poisoning our lands, and staining the legacy we owe to the next generation. Our country is struggling under the weight of neglect, and the future we hope for grows more uncertain. Our seas are crying, our land is suffering. We will act now or wait until it's too late. The cost of inaction is irreversible, and the choices we make today will determine whether we live a planet worth inheriting tomorrow. This is our moment to decide. Either we rise to the challenge or we allow the tide of neglect to swallow us whole. Daghan salamat, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, mabuhay po tayong lahat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Acharon. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Kabataan Party List, the Honorable Raul Manuel, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Manuel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would our colleague entertain a few questions in relation to his privileged speech?
It's my pleasure, Congressman Manuel.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Napaka-urgent ng laman ng talumpati na ating kapwa mambabatas at bilang kinatawan ng kabataan, lalo na kami po at yung mga sumunod pa na mga henerasyon ng mga kabataan, ay kami ang mabubuhay at tatanda sa isang planeta na ayon nga sa UN Secretary General ay hindi na lamang po global warming ang nararanasan. Ang sabi na nga po niya, global boiling na po ang nangyayari. Ngayon, buwan ng Pebrero, we expect, lalo na sa mga buwan ng Abril tsaka Mayo, ay tatagaktak na naman po ang ating mga pawis dahil sa lumalalang init. At isa lamang po yan sa mga nadaramang epekto ng climate change. So, ang unang tanong ko po sa ating kapwa mambabatas, kasi nabanggit po niya na ang climate change ngayon, hindi po siya yung gaya dati na parang natural na nangyayari, na meron talagang mga pagbabagong nangyayari sa klima. Ito po ay dulot na ng tao talaga. Merong konkretong ginawa ang sangkatauhan, kaya nangyayari itong climate change sa ngayon. Tama po ba ang nabanggit ng ating kapwa mambabatas?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker. Tama po, kagalang-galang na Manuel. Kagawad Manuel.
With that, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about humans, lalo na meron ding pagkakaiba-iba yung mga tao batay sa kung ano yung antas ng bansa na ating kinabibilangan, kung more developed ba o less developed yung bansa, tapos batay din doon sa social status ng mga tao. So, historically, nakita natin na meron ding uneven na contributions doon sa problema ng climate change. Kasi yung Pilipinas, sa ngayon, it's considered to be a low-income country. At meron namang bansa, sa ngayon, totoong high-income sila. Pero sa path ng development nila, kinailangan nilang gumawa ng mga destructive na mga activities. At nabanggitin po sa talumpati ang tungkol sa paggamit ng mga fossil fuels. So ang tanong ko po sa ating kapwa mambabatas, kasi there are others who say, imposible mag-do away tayo sa fossil fuels kasi nakasanayan na natin yan. Ano po ang pagtingin ng ating kapwa mambabatas? Dapat bang i-tone down natin yung ating attempt na i-phase out yung fossil fuels, or should we really do our best para sooner ay ma-phase out natin ang ating reliance dun sa fossil fuels?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ako po ay umaayon sa effort at saka inisyatibo na eventually ay tanggalin na natin ang ating too much reliance sa ating fossil fuel at tayo po ay papunta na sa direksyon na gumamit ng more environment-friendly na resources para po gumaan ang ating emission ng ating carbon dioxide. Sa ganun po ay magkaroon tayo ng kahit dahan-dahang remedyo, hindi naman mabilis, sa ating pinoproblemang climate change.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. And speaking of that, napabalita rin kamakailan lamang at na-mention din po sa talumpati na ang Estados Unidos, hindi naman niya maaabot ang kanyang status ngayon bilang isang superpower kung hindi din niya pinalakas yung kanyang military-industrial complex na sa totoo lang ay mas marami pa ang naidudulot na mga environmentally destructive na mga practices. In fact, ang carbon emissions ng military-industrial complex ng Estados Unidos ay mas mataas pa kumpara sa mga mas maliliit na mga bansa, Mr. Speaker. So imagine, isang bahagi lang yon ng Estados Unidos, pero kung ikukumpara sa carbon emissions ng buong bansa na nga, yung pinag-uusapan natin, ay di hamak pa na ganun ang malaking epekto ng Estados Unidos. So in fact, they have a historical role dito sa climate crisis natin, along with other countries na similar yung tinahak na path towards development. Kaya sobrang problematic itong desisyon under the second administration, Donald Trump, na umexit sa Paris Agreement. So, ang tanong ko po sa ating kapwa mambabatas, since it's a US decision, tama po bang magkibit-balikat na lang tayo since kanila naman yon? Or ano po ba yung mga posibleng mag-i-epekto din ito sa iba pang mga bansa kahit na hindi naman tayo yung involved sa ganong desisyon ng US?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ang tingin ko po malaki ang epekto dahil ang pag-withdraw ng US sa Paris Agreement na patungkol sa ating mitigation ng ating problema sa climate change ay talagang malaki dahil nga sila dapat ang leader na isang malaking superpower, isang malaking country na karamihan ay ang mga industriya nila ang nagdudulot ng maraming emission ng carbon dioxide sa ating atmosphere. Then, nakakalungkot po ang kanilang pag-withdraw dahil nga ang kanilang commitment to the international community na tumulong sa problemang climate change ay hindi na ito mapupulfill at hindi na ito marirealize ang ating sinasabing adaptation at mitigation ng global warming sa ating mundo. At sa ating party po, sa ating community, sa ating country, hindi po pwedeng it's not really good that we will not mind it dahil sa atin pong sariling community, tayo rin po ay nagsisikap on our own initiative na magkaroon ng effort na ipag-ibayuhin ang ating mga measure, ang ating mga regulasyon patungkol sa ating prevention or mitigation of climate change. Hindi po pwedeng nag-withdraw ng isang ehemplo, isang superpower, ay hindi rin po tayo gagawa ng ating sariling effort, sariling pagsisikap na yung ating problema na hindi naman atin lang ng problema, kung hindi problema sa worldwide community, ay atin ding kailangang gawa ng paraan.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. At panghuling point, kaugnay po ng privilege speech na ating kapwa mababatas, kung merong uneven contributions dun sa problema ng climate crisis, no, na siyang binunga na nitong anthropogenic o human-induced na mga pagbabago sa klima, yung uneven contributions, actually nagtatranslate din siya dun sa uneven din na impacts dun sa ating mga kababayan. Lalo na isang bagay yung high-risk countries kagaya ng Pilipinas, yung mga bansa sa Asia, tapos nandyan din yung kung sa mga sektor naman, yung ating mga mangingisda, no? Paano yung kanilang mga kabuhayan kapag lumalala yung mga bagyo at nagiging delikado para sila ay makapangisda. Yung ating mga magsasaka na kapag sobrang nag-dry up na yung mga lupa, usapin din siya ng ating food security actually. No? Sobrang konektado dun sa mga pinag-uusapan din natin sa Quinta Committee, sa Kamara. At yung mga urban poor natin, di ba, na sa totoo lang, biktima sila ng mga hindi maayos na flood control projects, di po ba? Kesa parang sisihin lang natin sila dahil sa usapin ng basura. Pero sa totoo lang, in the grand scheme of things, sila ay mga biktima. Kaya naman, pagdating dito, Ang huling tanong ko po sa ating kapwa mambabatas, since na-mention din po ang ilan sa mga priority natin, mga batas at iba pang mga hakbang, paano natin matitiyak na yung ating mga kababayan ay handa, una para po harapin itong mga epekto ng climate change, at ano pa yung pwede nating gawin para maibsan at hindi lumala lalo yung mga epekto ng climate change?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Congressman Raul Manuel. Babalik po tayo sa basics. Ang akin pong pananaw dyan ay it's going to be, again, a whole of the nation approach. Hindi lang isang sektor ang magiging tahasan natin ng ating measure or ang ating effort na tulungan ang ating community na labanan ang ating problema sa climate change. It's going to be a whole of nation approach, meaning every sector should be involved in initiating measures that would combat climate change. At pwede ito hindi lang sa actual na implementation, actual na measure, kung hindi rin po babalik tayo sa basic education and information. Magmula sa mga schools, papunta po sa mga ibang community na kailangang iparating ang epekto at consequences pag hindi tayo nag-adapt ng measures, nag-adapt ng policy, nag-adapt ng attitude na tulungan natin na labanan ang climate change. Katulad na lamang ng ating paglilinis ng ating mga sariling bakuran, sa ating mga kabataan na sabihin at i-educate na right from the start, right from our youthful age, alam na natin kung paano tayo magtapo ng ating basura, paano tayo mag-segregate ng ating mga waste para hindi po ito magiging sagabal sa ating mga kanal, sa ating mga daan, at upang ang ating ways towards preventing our hazardous problem of climate change will be solved right from the youthful age of our constituents.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I end my interpellation, and we thank our colleague for recognizing the valuable role and contribution of our youth sa pagharap at sa pag-mitigate din nitong effects ng climate change sa ating bansa at maging sa buong mundo. So maraming salamat.
Thank you po, Congressman Raul Manuel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Manuel. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, having no more interpellators, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Acharon to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the speech of Honorable Acharon is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the privilege hour is terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the guests of the Honorable Representative Jefferson Konghun of the 1st District of Zambales, and these are the following BCDA officials: President Joshua Bingkang, Executive Vice President Attorney Gisela Calalo, Vice President Patrick Francisco, and Vice President Virgil Alvarez, as well as the following staff: Michael Yadones and Amiel Dris.
The guests of Honorable Jefferson Konghun, the BCDA officials, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the Senate have approved on third reading House Bill number 8505 and Senate Bill number 2647, respectively, strengthening the Basis Conversion and Development Authority. We have been informed that the Special Committee on Basis Conversion, sponsor of House Bill number 8505, as well as the authors thereof, are in concurrence with the provisions of Senate Bill number 2647. In accordance with our rules, I move to adopt Senate Bill number 2647 as an amendment to House Bill number 8505.
There is a motion to adopt Senate Bill number 2647 as an amendment to House Bill number 8505. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2547 is adopted as an amendment to the House Bill number 8505. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the guests of the Honorable Percival Sandanya of Akbayan Party List. And these are visitors from UP School of Labor and Industrial Relations, Professor Verna Dina Villahar, and the following students: Francis Guzman, Mark Betia, Archie Quijano, Stephen Valencia, Cosca Tuason, Eloisa Aquino, Jobel Caballes, Marie Orio, Karina de Guzman, Neriel Barreto, Micah Garcia, Mika Marcelo, Roderick Rodica, Janine Vismanos, Samuel Medinilla, Eric Lariz Bautista, Clarissa Dado, Abiel Sumbilio, Sherlyn Aguilar, Nico Manas.
To the guests of Honorable Percival Sindanya, the UP School of Labor and Industrial Relations, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we likewise recognize the guests of Representative Maria Teresa Collantes of the 3rd District of Batangas, and these are Attorney Ferdy Perez, Mrs. Marisa Mabalot, and Ms. Mitch Falcon.
To the guests of Honorable Maria Teresa Collantes, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the guests of Representative Dimsar Sali of the Lone District of Tawi-Tawi, and these are Barangay Captain Rafaisen Omar of Barangay Tong Tampakan, South Ubian, and Barangay Captain Adsmin Joe of Barangay Talisan, Sibutu.
To the guests of Honorable Sali, the Barangay Chairpersons, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I likewise request that we acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Attorney Jervil Jinky Beatrix Aluistro of the 2nd District of Batangas. They are Barangay Kapisanan leaders of the Municipality of Bawan in Batangas, namely Helen Castillo, Marilyn Alzate, Rosemary Ada, Maria Katrina Padayaw, Maricel Ilagan, Mario Silang, Jorly Bakay, Rex Manebo, Petronilo Manalo, Anthony Marana, Rodrigo Banta, Josephine Contreras, Lydia Amatus, Bert Dayan, Mylene Di Maulatan, Janet Castor, Tess Mendoza, Rene Gonzalez, Claudine Baheta, Lucille Marquez, Jocelyn Medrano, Dan Enrico, Joanna Marie Ragojos, Myra Castor, Olive Manongsong, Robert Dalangin, Joseph Ilagan, Edna Evangelista, Reynalen Clavero, Andy Bigyan, Benigna Magpantay, Avelino Magpantay, Michael Caringal, Larry Ilaw, Romy Herrera, Corazon Picara, Lea Abarquez, Irineo Austria, Cecilia Perez, Marian Luis Dizon, and district staff Benedicta Abu, Noriel Abu, Janice Manalo, and visiting kababayan from the US and Germany, Alexander Gonzalez, Ophelia Gonzalez, Mabel Bishosen, and Karl-Heinz Heimgartner. So move, Mr. Speaker.
To the guests of Honorable Attorney Jervil Jinky Beatrix Luistro, the Barangay Kapisanan leaders of the Municipality of Bauan, Batangas, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I likewise request that we acknowledge the guests of Representative Steve Chongbian Solon of the Lone District of Sarangani. And they are Board Member Arman Gili, and people from Sarangani Provincial Tribal Council, namely Datu Edmund Pangilan, Fulong Manuelo Mangalon, Fulong Jaime Lantingan, Fulong Richard Tau, Datu Benjamin Donato, Datu Rudy Tagum, Datu Kalyasa Katug, Datu Kubli Kusin, Fulong Edsel Pontong, by Maria Betty Katug, Fulong Orlando Alvarez, Fulong Fredo Basino, Fulong Restituto Lantingan, Fulong Men Mark Tumandan, Makabatug Mamerto Miguel, by Lunesa Kusin, Datu Fredimen Wanan, by Lolita Wanan, IPMR Victoria Tagum, former Kapitan Datu Peter Colano, Executive Assistant Makabatug Celito Terando, and PTC Secretariat Fulong Enerio Togin.
To the guests of Honorable Steve Chungbian Solon, the officers and staff of Barangay Sarangani Provincial Tribal Council, Sarangani IPMR. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to request that we acknowledge the guests of Representative Christian Unabia of the 1st District of Misamis Oriental, Representative Attorney Lordan Suwan of the 1st District of Misamis Oriental, and Bambi Emano of the 2nd District of Misamis Oriental. They are the Mayor of the Municipality of Taguluan, Misamis Oriental, Attorney Nadia Emano Elipe, and her staff members from the Mayor's Office, Rosel Angeli Estor, DJ Garcia, and Catherine Columnas.
To the guests, Honorable Christian Nabia, and Honorable Lordan Suan, and Honorable Bambi Imano, to the Municipality of Taguluan, Province of Misamis Oriental, headed by Attorney Nadia Imano Ilipe, Mayor of the Municipality of Taguluan. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider bills under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday, more particularly House Bill number 11180, as contained in the committee report number 1298. Printed copies have been distributed to the members pursuant to the rules. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11180.
House Bill number 11180, an act granting a franchise to First Catanduanes Electric Cooperative Incorporated to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain distribution systems for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the municipalities of Bagamanok, Baras, Bato, Caramoran, Gigmoto, Pandan, Panganiban, San Andres, San Miguel, Viga, and Virac, Island Province of Catanduanes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Legislative Franchise be recognized to begin his sponsorship measure.
The gentleman from 2nd District of Parañaque, the Honorable Gus Tambunting, Chairman of the Committee on Legislative Franchise, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, esteemed guests, good afternoon. I stand before you today on behalf of the Committee of Legislative Franchises to lend our full support for the franchise application of First Catanduanes Electric Cooperative. This cooperative is not just an electricity provider. It is a beacon of hope, resilience, and service in one of the most typhoon-prone regions in our country. Catanduanes, known as the land of the howling winds, is a province often battered by devastating typhoons for decades. The people of Catanduanes have faced repeated cycles of hardship, from damaged homes and infrastructure to destroyed crops and power outages. Yet through all this, Felco has been a constant force for recovery and support, ensuring the light of service continues to shine even amidst darkness of disaster. Felco is not only providing essential electric power to the residents of the province, but it has also shown an unwavering commitment to restoring electricity even in the face of the worst natural disasters. Their work during the aftermath of Typhoon Rolly and other major typhoons in the past has been nothing short of heroic. The cooperative's team has shown exceptional dedication, working tirelessly to restore power lines, repair damaged poles, and reconnect households in record time. What stands out about Felco is not just its technical ability to restore power, but its deep-rooted connection with the people of Catanduanes. In a region where extreme weather events are a constant reality, the cooperative has made a commitment to improving its systems, fortifying power lines, and using modern technology, and making its infrastructure more resilient to storms. The proactive approach not only ensures the reliability of their service, but also contributes to the safety and comfort of their customers. In addition to their technical expertise and disaster recovery efforts, Felco has continually worked to make electricity more accessible and affordable for their members. They have expanded electricity coverage, brought power to remote areas, and have prioritized community engagement, making Felco an integral part of the life in the province. It is for these reasons that I strongly believe Felco deserves the continued support of this body. Their legislative franchise application is not just a request for authorization to operate, it is a recognition of the importance of their stable, resilient, and accessible power to a province that has shown extraordinary strength in the face of adversity. I urge my colleagues to consider the service of Felco that it provides and to support the granting of their franchise. Let us stand together with the people of Catanduanes to ensure that their efforts to rebuild, grow, and thrive continue to be supported. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Honorable Tambunting. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of interpellation is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpellate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendment is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendment is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 11180 for the second reading.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11180. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11180 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you,
Congratulations.
distinguished colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday, I move for the consideration of House Bill number 11338 under Committee Report number 1350. The copies of the bill have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules, and for such purpose, may request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11338.
House Bill number 11338, an act granting a franchise to Sorco II Electric Cooperative to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain distribution systems for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the city of Sorsogon and the municipalities of Donsol, Pilar, Castilla, Gubat, Prieto Diaz, and Barcelona, province of Sorsogon.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is now open. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, may I request that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Legislative Franchises, the Honorable Representative Gus Tambunting of the 2nd District of Parañaque City, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
gentleman from the 2nd District of Parañaque City, the Honorable Gus Tambunting, of the Chairman of the Committee on Legislative Franchises, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Again, distinguished colleagues and guests. I rise today with great honor and firm conviction to sponsor the franchise application of Sorsogon II Electric Cooperative, or Sorco II, a vital institution that has been steadfastly illuminating the homes, businesses, and communities in the city of Sorsogon, in the municipalities of Donsol, Pilar, Castilla, Gubat, Prieto Diaz, and Barcelona. Since its establishment, Sorco II has been the forefront of providing reliable, affordable, sustainable electric service to the people of Sorsogon. As we all recognize, electricity is not just a convenience, it is the lifeblood of progress, development, economic growth. It powers industries, enables education, facilitates communication, and ensures that essential public service function seamlessly. The role of Sorco II in meeting these demands is a testament to their commitment to excellence and public service. Honorable Speaker, our people deserve an electric cooperative that they can trust, one that does not falter in duty to provide continuous power even in the face of challenges. Sorco II has proven itself capable of adapting to changing demands and addressing the concerns of its consumers. Through the years, it has expanded its infrastructure, modernized its facilities, and enhanced its service delivery to meet the increasing demand of energy that the area needs. Beyond its technical capacity, Sorco II is also a champion of rural electrification and community development. It has been an indispensable partner of government in bringing electricity to far-flung barangays, ensuring that no community is left behind. In our pursuit for progress, through its corporate social responsibility programs, it has extended assistance to schools, local businesses, and social service initiatives, truly embodying the spirit of cooperative that is for the people and by the people. Colleagues, granting Sorco II a renewed franchise is not just a matter of legal formality. It is an affirmation of our commitment to empowering our communities through stable, efficient electricity service as we continue to face modern challenges, including climate change, rising energy demands, and the transition to renewable sources. Sorco II stands ready to innovate, adapt, and serve. With this, again, I urge my fellow legislators to support and approve this franchise application. Let us ensure that the people of Sorsogon continue to enjoy uninterrupted, high-quality, cost-effective electricity service that will drive their progress and uplift their lives. Thank you, and may we continue to work together for a brighter, stronger, and more empowered Sorsogon. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Honorable Tambunting. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of interpellation.
is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of interpellation is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpellate, I move that we close the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is now terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendment is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to introduce committee or individual amendment, I now move that we close the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendment is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 11338 under Committee Report number 1350.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11338. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11338 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday, House Bill number 11345 as contained in Committee Report number 1356. Printed copies have been distributed to the members pursuant to the rules. For this purpose, I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11345.
House Bill number 11345, an act granting the Cagayan 1 Electric Cooperative Inc., Kajelco 1, a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain distribution systems for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the city of Tuguegarao and municipalities of Peña Blanca, Enriles, Solana, Amulong, Piat, Santo Niño, Tuwao, Rizal, Igig, Alcala, and Bagao, Province of Cagayan.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Legislative Franchise, the Honorable Gaston Bunting of the 2nd District of Parañaque, be recognized to begin sponsorship of the measure.
Chairperson of the Committee on Legislative Franchises, the Honorable Gaston Bunting of the 2nd District of Parañaque is recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Again, esteemed colleagues and our distinguished guests. I rise today with great honor and conviction to sponsor the franchise application of Cagayan 1 Electric Cooperative or Kajelco 1, a trusted and indispensable partner empowering the city of Tuguegarao and the municipalities of Peña Blanca, Enriles, Solana, Amulong, Piat, Santo Niño, Tuwao, Rizal, Igog, Alcala, Bagao, in the province of Cagayan. For decades, Kajelco 1 has been steadfast in fulfilling its mission to provide efficient, reliable, and affordable electricity to homes, businesses, and industries within its service areas. Electricity is a fundamental necessity in today's modern world. It drives economic growth, enhances public service, and improves the quality of life of our constituents. Honorable Speaker, we all recognize that the dependable and resilient power supply is critical in supplying progress for our communities. Kajelco 1 has continuously demonstrated its capability to meet the increasing demand for electricity by expanding the infrastructure, modernizing its systems, implementing consumer-centric programs. More than technical and operational excellence, Kajelco 1 has been a strong advocate for rural electrification and community development. Through its dedicated efforts, countless barangays and underserved areas have been brought out of darkness, paving the way for enhanced education, better healthcare, and thriving local enterprise. Furthermore, Kajelco has exemplified responsible corporate citizenship through its corporate social responsibility initiatives, disaster response effort, and energy conservation programs. It has actively engaged with stakeholders, ensuring that the needs of consumers are met with efficiency and transparency. Colleagues, granting Kajelco 1 a renewed legislative franchise is not just a procedural necessity. It is a recognition of its unwavering commitment to providing high quality and uninterrupted electricity service to the people of Cagayan. As we move forward towards a future of sustainable and renewable energy, we need cooperatives like Kajelco 1 to lead the way to ensuring a stable and progressive energy sector. With this, I call on my fellow legislators to support and approve their franchise application. Let us uphold our duty to empower a community by guaranteeing access to affordable, efficient, and sustainable electricity. Thank you, and let us again continue to work for a brighter and prosperous Cagayan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Tambunding. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of interpellations.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of interpellation is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpellate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendment is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendment is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading, House Bill number 11345.
There's a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11345. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11345 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleagues.
Thank you, Honorable Tamunding. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 10083, increasing the bed capacity of the Amang Rodriguez Memorial Medical Center in the city of Marikina. We have been informed that the Committee on Health, sponsor of the aforementioned House Bill, as well as the authors, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. In accordance with the rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 10083.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to the House Bill number 10083. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 10258, increasing the bed capacity of the Amay Pakpak Medical Center in the city of Marawi, province of Lanao del Sur. We have been informed that the Committee on Health, sponsor of the aforementioned House Bill, as well as the author, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. In accordance with the rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 10258.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to the House Bill number 10258. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 10418, increasing the bed capacity of the Wau District Hospital in the municipality of Wau, province of Lanao del Sur. We have been informed that the Committee on Health, sponsor of the aforementioned House Bill, as well as the authors, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. In accordance with the rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 10418.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to the House Bill number 10418. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
session is suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that we recognize youth leaders from the city of Marikina, guest of the Honorable Estela Luz Kimbo of the 2nd District of Marikina. We have the Bagong Pag-asa Youth Organization, Justine Solvedilla, Celi Lianita, Maria Paula Milan, Chloe Gonzalez, Kiara Maureen Patriarca, Adriel Tumulak. And from the Road 1 Youth Organization, Jude Andre Lazaro, Brian Christian Realizan, Christine May Haraba, Alexander Bongot, Chara Saldo, Elaine Tolentino, Justine Saldo. From the Filipino Youth Organization, Melvin Barago, Ariel Ardael, Maria Shakel Paed, Crisfel Rabuya, Christine Cloak Cabalonga, Bea Bruza, Maria Lara Charmaine Paed. From Black 76, Valdemar Prince and Lacson Jim Risen. From the Vergara Youth Organization, Mr. Ariel Caño, Jessery Ramos, Vince Livan, MJ Joseph Rosas, GJ Advincola, Jersey Ramos, Ren Justin Maynes. From Neighborhood Youth Organization, Rowan Tumaob, Jezreel Isipin, Jemima Kesha Isipin, John Mark Isipin, John Owen Perez, Joros Dorimon, Sofia May Quillotes, Gian Emmanuel Macapobre, Samantha K. Macapobre, John Kenneth Reyes, Mark Joseph Malyare, Joseph Carino. From Okra Youth Organization, Aimee Batayong, Precious Lara Manyalak, Hannah Kachang, Carlo Kachang, Cynthia Kachang, Art Jasper Magistrado, Angela Maglay, John Benedict Prado. Members of the committee, Jamar Alvare, Albert Villas, Ezequiel Domingiano, Zed Jimenez, Paul Adrian Aguedalo, John Bernard Oñate, and Rafael Rope Perez. From Purok 7 Youth Organization, Kay Celine Sobernido, Jethro Mangabat, Jerome Rivas, Christine Aidaon, Blessy May Monreal, Sofia Bianca Kibo, and the board members Christine Santos, Meisha Castro, Casimira Faye Silot. Sulong Organization, Tammy Jamil Sismundo, Mark Jerome Villon, Noemi Sembrano, Iron Tribdino, Iris Lorraine Regio, Dion Corpus, John Benedict Medalla, John Brian Bodang Rayleigh Aquino, Joan Beronio, Miyuki Sio, Hazer Urias, Jasmine Chavez, and Patrick Palma. Casey Vidal, Angelica Arabejo, Asea Tampil, Justine Duronio, Crisa Covillas, Dares Casas, and Sheena Liginan, Definin Barroso, and Michaela Disabel. John Ray Marquez, Victor Vincent. Marikina Heights SK Council, Ashia Shane Sor, Rosel Lupig, Jericho Baldomar, Mariel Rivera. And from the Marikina Heights Youth League Council, John Carlo Aldana, Lord Shinibel Espuetas, Roselyn Joy Delicano, Emil Javier, Omar Keles Lagunzad, Daisy Traballo, Hope Larville Cinco, Christian J. Suwan, James Paul Alegria, Rodel Pangilinan Jr., Charles Angel Navarro, Ariel Puchero Jr. And lastly, from the Marikina Heights Youth League core member, James Christian Delicano, James Robert Delicano, and Sofia Lorraine Rempilio.
To the guests of Honorable Stella Luz Kimbo, the youth leaders from the Marikina City, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we also recognize the guests of Representative Eric Goyap of the Lone District of Benguet, and these are the public officials of the Municipality of Atok Benguet: Mayor Franklin Smith, Barangay Captain Romeo Bayating, Barangay Captain Froilan Anangan, Barangay Captain Tony Senyo, Barangay Captain Elpidia Alos, Barangay Captain Murphy Wagayan, Barangay Captain Quilan Senyo, Barangay Captain Arthur Vargas, and Barangay Captain Marlito Amdos.
The guests, Honorable Eric Guyap, the officials of the Municipality of Atok Benguet, headed by the Mayor Franklin Smith. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Stella Luz Kimbo of Marikina.
Honorable Stella Luz Kimbo is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, just a parliamentary inquiry. In yesterday's session, House Bill 11360, an act amending sections 144, 145, 147, 263A, and 289 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997, as amended and for other purposes, was approved on third reading. May I know how my vote was recorded?
Majority Leader.
May we inquire from the Secretariat, Mr. Speaker?
Session suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, upon confirmation from the Secretary General, there was no vote registered for Representative Stella Luz Kimbo with respect to House Bill number 11360.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to request that the records be amended so that my negative vote be recorded and that my explanation of vote be included in the records. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to do the same. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business of the day, I move that we consider House Bill 11137 as contained in the Community Report 1274 submitted in the Committee of Legislative Franchises. Mr. Speaker, copies of the bill has been provided and distributed to the members. I request, therefore, the Secretary General be instructed to read the title of the bill without prejudice to the insertions into the records of that text, therefore.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11137.
House Bill number 11137, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Benguet Broadcasting Corporation, currently known as Sphere Entertainment Inc., under Public Act number 9119 as amended, entitled An Act Granting the Benguet Broadcasting Corporation a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the lady from PBA Party List, Honorable Mix Grales, to deliver her sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Mix Grales Almario is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, and esteemed guests, good afternoon. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today on behalf of the Committee on Legislative Franchises to express our strong support for the legislative franchise application of Sphere Entertainment Incorporated, formerly known as Benguet Broadcasting Corporation. Today, we are not just considering the renewal of a broadcast franchise, we are supporting a dynamic and evolving media entity with the potential to make a significant and positive impact on the broader Filipino audience across the country. For years, Sphere Entertainment Incorporated has been a trusted voice in the regions it serves, particularly in General Santos City and Batangas City, where their reach has become an essential part of the daily lives of the local communities. From providing news and information to offering entertainment and cultural programming, Sphere Entertainment has truly become a cornerstone of broadcasting in these areas. Their commitment to responsible journalism, community engagement, and entertainment has earned them the trust and loyalty of their listeners and their viewers. In General Santos City, Sphere Entertainment has been instrumental in keeping people informed during critical moments, whether it's delivering the latest news, offering updates during times of calamities, or being a platform for public service. In Batangas City, they've brought regional and national news as well as entertainment programs that resonate with the local culture and values. Through their programming, they have unified communities, informed the public, and provide an accessible medium for the entertainment and education of people across these regions. But what makes this application more crucial is Sphere Entertainment's potential to expand its reach and its significant ability to contribute to the broader Filipino people. With this franchise, Sphere Entertainment has the opportunity to take its well-established platforms and grow them into a nationwide service, one that can deliver high-quality educational content, world-class entertainment, and community-oriented broadcasting to millions more Filipinos. We are talking about a company with a vision for the future, one that sees the opportunity to reach every household across the nation. With modern media trends shifting rapidly, the ability to innovate in broadcast technology, offer educational programs, and provide fresh, engaging content to the next generation has never been more important. Whether it's through accessible curriculum-based educational shows, local community programs, or entertainment that reflects the diversity and richness of our culture, Sphere Entertainment Incorporated has the potential to bridge gaps and serve as an inclusive voice for all Filipinos. Moreover, their commitment to producing local content that is reflective of the values, needs, and aspirations of the Filipino people, has always been at the heart of their operations. With a renewed legislative franchise, Sphere Entertainment Incorporated can continue to be a platform for Filipino talent, creativity, and expression, showcasing what it means to be Filipino in a rapidly evolving digital and broadcast landscape. I am confident that with this franchise, Sphere Entertainment Incorporated will not only continue to serve the people of General Santos City and Batangas City, but will also grow into a media powerhouse capable of providing quality entertainment, valuable education programs, and accessible news to the entire nation. Therefore, I urge my esteemed colleagues to lend their support to this application. Let us help this institution unlock its full potential so that it may continue to inform, educate, and entertain, further enriching the lives of every Filipino from Luzon and Mindanao. Daghang salamat.
Thank you, Honorable Nograles Almario, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member that wishes to interpolate, I wish to move to close the period of interpolation and suspend. terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments and individual amendments, I move that we proceed to consider. There being no committee amendments and individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. The period of amendment is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill 11137.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11137. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11137 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to move to recognize the guests of Honorable Christopher De Venecia, our former Speaker Jose De Venecia Jr., former Congresswoman Gina De Venecia, Ms. Vivian De Venecia Garcia, Mr. Kerry De Venecia, Mr. Javi De Venecia, Mr. Alex De Venecia, Dr. Joe De Venecia, Ms. Rosette Cabrera, Mr. Solo De Venecia, Ms. Zenny Palisok, Ms. Blanca Soriano, Mr. Mon Soriano, Ms. Emma Aguilar, Mr. Bobby Aguilar, Dr. Let De Venecia, Mr. Ramon De Venecia, Ms. Lilibeth De Venecia, my friend Attorney Joan De Venecia Fabul, and Attorney Joseph Fabul.
To the guests of Honorable Christopher De Venecia, our former Speaker Jose De Venecia Jr. and Congresswoman Gina De Venecia and party. Welcome to the House of Representatives, sir. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to recognize the guests of our Minority Leader, Marcelino Libanan, namely Honorable Stella Maris Libanan, Honorable Emily Ver Jaramilla, Honorable Eloise Evardone, Honorable Narciso Pinangay Jr., Honorable Jerome Camacho, Honorable Zacarias Santiago, Honorable Maximo Zacate, Honorable Ofelia Haradal, Honorable Cheney Ibarbia, Honorable Bernardo Duque Jr., Honorable Francisco Calcita, Honorable Nicasio Contado, Honorable Antonio Tiu, Honorable Diomedes Ringor, Honorable Eustaquio Quinto, Honorable Noel Pablito, Honorable Ariel Tanawan, Honorable Nelson Quiminales, Honorable Lori Padulio, Honorable Mary Charmaine Villar, Honorable Benjamin Ver, Honorable Thelma Nicart, Honorable Bonifacio Nicart, Honorable Daniel Calda, Honorable Thomas Hataas, and Honorable Cayetano Baldosa. And all of the Kagawads with them, Mr. Speaker.
To the guests of the Honorable Minority Leader, Marcelino Libanan, the Punong Barangays of Eastern Samar, headed by the Provincial Liga President, Honorable Stella Maris Libanan. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to recognize our Minority Leader, the Honorable Marcelino Libanan, for his manifestation.
The Honorable Libanan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sa ating kagalang-galang na Speaker, Kailanman sa lahat ng aking mga respetadong mambabatas at katrabaho sa Kongreso, mga barangay officials ng Eastern Samar, mga ABC presidents na nandirito, at lahat ng mga kagawad. At sa buong sambayan ng Pilipino, malugod ko po kayong binabati sa ng magandang hapon. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the approval by this 19th Congress of House Bill number 11326, or an act converting Samar National School of Arts and Trades is insat in the municipality of Taft, province of Eastern Samar, into a polytechnic institution to be administered and supervised by the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, and appropriating funds therefore, and also the approval on third reading of House Bill number 11342, or an act establishing a College of Medicine in Eastern Samar State University in the city of Borongan, province of Eastern Samar, and appropriating funds therefore. Both measures have been approved on third and final reading, and allowed me to expand a little about these bills. House Bill 11326 seeks to convert Samar National School of Arts and Trade, or is insat, into a polytechnic institution. And this transformation is not merely a change in name. It embodies our vision for a more responsive and industry-aligned educational structure. As we delve deeper into the realities of a rapidly changing global job market, we must equip our students with skills, knowledge, and competencies necessary to thrive. The Polytechnic Institution will serve as a beacon of opportunity for our young minds, offering programs that align with the ever-evolving demands of various industries. By enhancing our curriculum and focusing on technical and vocational education, we will create a workforce that is not only prepared for the challenges of today, but one that can also innovate for the future. On House Bill number 11342, the establishment of Eastern Samar State University College of Medicine will be a transformative milestone for our community. It opens the door to countless opportunities for aspiring doctors from our province who have long dreamed of serving their fellow Filipinos in the field of healthcare. This college symbolizes hope and the promise for a brighter future for our youth, one where the journey to becoming a physician is within the reach for those who dare to dream. As we stand on the brink of this new chapter, let us remember that each student who walks through the doors of the Eastern Samar State University College of Medicine will carry the aspirations of their families, their communities, and our entire province. They will become the next generation of doctors, leaders, who will be at the forefront of improving healthcare in Eastern Samar and beyond. Muli, Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat po sa aking kapwang mambabatas sa inyong pagpupursigi at pagtulong sa akin upang layuning maisabatas ang mga panukalang batas na ito at kailanmay hindi masasayang bagkus ito ay magsisilbing daan upang mabuksan at maisakatuparan ang daang-daang pinto patungo sa pangarap ng bawat bata, sa Kalakhang probinsya ng Eastern Samar. Kaya kami po ng mga taga-Eastern Samar, lahat ng nandirito po ngayon, kami po ay taus-pusong nagpapasalamat sa lahat ng mga mambabatas ng 19th Congress. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay kayong lahat.
Thank you, Honorable Libanan, for your manifestation. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 10730 and Senate Bill number 2825, providing for the modernization of the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. All those in favor of the Conference Committee report, say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The said Conference Committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business, and for such purpose, may request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communication, committee reports, for referral to the appropriate committees.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill 11398, mandating the PhilHealth to pay claims denied by reason of late filing, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 11403, providing incentives and benefits for all barangay officials, including barangay tanods, members of the Lupon Tagapamayapa, barangay health workers, and barangay daycare workers, by Representative Teodoro.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 11404, standardizing the minimum salaries of private school teachers, by Representative Teodoro.
To the Committee on Basic Education, Culture, and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 11405, providing overtime pay to school heads in all public schools, by Representative Castro Franz.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 11407, mandating the full accounting of all disaster relief aid or donations received by the Philippine government for natural and human-induced calamities, by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 11410, lengthening the period of filing of reimbursement claims with the PhilHealth, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Health.
Resolutions. House Resolution 2216, expressing profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the demise of Representative Edsel Silagman, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 2221, commemorating the 150th birth anniversary of Gregoria de Jesus and honoring her life and legacy as a heroine of the Philippine Revolution and a symbol of Filipino women's strength and resilience, and recognizing her invaluable contributions to the nation's history, by Representatives Brosas, Manuel, and Castro Franz.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
Message from the Senate. Message dated February 3, 2025, informing the House of Representatives that on even date, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill 10926.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, may I request that we acknowledge the guests of Congresswoman Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Congressman Ron Salo, Congressman Mark Go, and Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. They are from the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy of the Philippines, namely Commodore Joel Abutal, Captain Reynold Sabay, Ensign Kim Raven Limbo, and Commodore Jeremiah Simon.
To the guests, Honorable Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Congressman Ron Salo, Congressman Mark Go, and Congressman Rufus Rodriguez from the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendment House Bill number 10241, establishing in the municipality of Ramon Magsaysay, province of Zamboanga del Sur, a district hospital to be known as Ramon Magsaysay District Hospital. We have been informed that the Committee on Health, sponsor of the aforementioned House Bill, as well as the author, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. In accordance with our rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 10241.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 10241. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 11375 under Committee Report 1383 submitted by the Committee on Climate Change. And for this purpose, may we request the Office Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
There any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11375.
House Bill number 11375, an act promoting investments in low-carbon economy, establishing for this purpose a carbon emission pricing framework and implementation mechanism to achieve low-carbon and climate-resilient economic development.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Edgar Chato, Chairman of the Committee on Climate Change, to begin sponsorship of the measure.
The Honorable Representative Edgar Chato, Chairman of the Committee on Climate Change, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My esteemed colleagues in this august chamber, I am honored to sponsor House Bill number 11375 under Committee Report number 1383, entitled An Act Promoting Investments in Low-Carbon Economy, establishing for this purpose a carbon emission pricing framework and implementation mechanism to achieve low-carbon and climate-resilient economic development. As signatory to the Paris Agreement in 2015, the Philippines is committed to national carbon reduction targets. Our nationally determined contribution, or NDC, which we submitted to the UNFCCC in April of 2021, sets the country's 75% greenhouse gas emission reduction and avoidance target, 2.71% unconditional and 72.29% conditional for 2020 to 2030. The Low Carbon Economy Bill, which was principally authored by this representation, aims to establish a clear and a direction for reducing greenhouse gas emissions while promoting sustainable economic growth. After going through several technical working group meetings, chaired by Congressman Jose Manuel Alba, this substitute to House Bill number 7705 and 10633 now seeks to attract investments in renewable energy, improve energy efficiency, and support green technologies. Hence, its change of title to Low Carbon Economy Investment Act. The bill also establishes a hybrid model of emissions trading system, or ETS, which is not limited to trading of carbon emissions allowances. The covered enterprises can choose among three compliance options under the bill's Section 26 to pay for their carbon emission liabilities. First is through reduction of emissions within its value chain. This includes implementing energy efficiency improvements, transitioning to renewable energy sources, and enhancing waste management practices. Second is through investment in viable low-carbon ventures outside its organization. The covered enterprise can decide whether A, to invest and operate, B, for smaller enterprises to pool resources with other investors for joint investments, and C, purchase equity for credits. Third is through transfer of decarbonization funds and obligations to third parties. This transfer of funds to the government for allocation towards national decarbonization and climate resilience activities, such as in the People's Survival Fund. Another option is through purchase of excess allowance from obliged enterprises experiencing a slack in production, just like in the standard ETS, or purchase of carbon offsets from certified projects implemented in the Philippines. As you can see, we have come up with a bill which will allow more flexibility for the private sector, with the hope that it will encourage compliance. To further ensure compliance with the bill, we provided tax incentives, which were approved by the Committee on Ways and Means. I urge my fellow legislators to support this measure and earnestly seek this chamber's approval of this measure. Congressman Joman Alba, our Technical Working Group Chair, will also sponsor the measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my esteemed colleagues.
Thank you, Honorable Chato. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Jose Alba of the First District of Bukidnon for his sponsorship speech.
The gentleman from the First District of Bukidnon, Honorable Jose Manuel Alba, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Majority Leader, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. The science is crystal clear. Our planet is warming at an alarming rate, driven primarily by greenhouse gas emissions from human activities. The consequences of this warming are evident in the form of extreme weather events, rising sea levels, and disrupted ecosystems. If we are to secure a livable future for generations to come, we must act decisively and collectively. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, the Low Carbon Economy Investment Bill is our response to this urgent call to action. Its core objective is to transition our economy towards clean and renewable energy sources. This bill will not only reduce our carbon footprint, but also stimulate economic growth, create jobs, and foster innovation in clean technology. Thank you, and good afternoon.
Thank you, Honorable Alba. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move to recognize the Honorable Raul Manuel for his interpellation.
The Honorable Manuel is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would our good sponsor yield to some questions about this bill?
It would be an honor to respond to some of the questions from the Honorable Representative of Kabataan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, ano po ang nais na introduce nitong House Bill 11375?
This bill is actually, I consider this bill as a trailblazing measure because it seeks to address not only the reduction of greenhouse gases, but more importantly, to influence the business sector to follow a particular pathway that is actually, that we can consider as the best pathway, not only for the country, but for the world. And this is the low carbon pathway. This is the low carbon pathway.
Mr. Speaker, nasa title din ng panukalang batas na nais nitong mag-establish ng carbon emission pricing framework. Mari po bang maipaliwanag ng ating sponsor paano po ma-operationalize ang ganitong carbon emission pricing framework once House Bill 11375 will become a law? Bali po, sa ngayon po ba ay meron tayong some form of carbon trading na nag-ooperate within our country? Or kung wala pa at ito ay bagong may papatupad nga, yun, paano po yun obra?
Okay, right now, what we have is actually what we call VCM, or Voluntary Carbon Market. So, ang isang sektor nakikipag-usap sa isa pang sektor at pwede nilang pag-usapan kung anong pwedeng gawin para pumasok sila sa tinatawag natin na carbon trading. Ang panukalang batas ay naglalayong magsulong ng isang carbon pricing mechanism that will regulate the practice of carbon trading. But in this particular bill, we are not only limited, hindi lamang po tayo nalilimitahan sa tinatawag nating carbon trading dahil ang panukalang batas po ito ay nagsusulong ng mga ilang opsyon na pwedeng sundan ng business sector sa ating paglalayong pababain ang greenhouse gases na binubuga ng business sector sa ating atmosphere, no? So there are so many options that we can entertain. One is carbon tax. And alam naman po natin na ang carbon tax is posibleng maging additional na pasanin sa ating mga kababayan. No? That's number one. Number two, pwede rin ho tayo yung tinatawag na emissions trading system. Sa kasalukuyang panahon, nakikita natin na medyo komplikado ang ETS. No? Europe, it took some time for Europe to operationalize their ETS. No? So sa atin pong sitwasyon ngayon, ang isang tanong, paano natin hihimukin ang mga negosyante or ang business sector na mag-decarbonize, knowing that ang mga adjustments sa negosyo ay kadalasan may kaakibat na pagbabago ng mga sistema sa operasyon na pwedeng mag-create or lumikha ng additional na gastusin para sa negosyo na ang ultimate na tatamaan ay ang ating mga kababayan. Sa sistema na tinutulak natin sa panukalang batas, darating ang panahon, pag ito po ay naisa batas, no, na ang gobyerno ay magtatalaga ng tinatawag natin na level ng pwede na nilang i-emit na emission, no? the government will set the target wherein these businesses can actually still emit within the allowance given by the government. No? Any excess in the allowance provided by the government for covered enterprises belonging to a specific covered sector, that excess will have a corresponding carbon price that the enterprise will have to set aside, not as a form of payment to the government in a form of carbon tax, no? Well, hindi po yun, but to set up their own internal decarbonization fund. No? So, for example, ang inyong manufacturing facility ay nag-i-emit, let's say, ng 1,000 metric tons of carbon. And ang cap na binigay sa inyong facility ay only 500 metric tons. Ibig sabihin, meron kang sobra na 500 metric tons of carbon. So that 500 metric tons of carbon will have a corresponding carbon price that will be set by the government later on. No? So if that 500 times $5, no, for example, US dollars, no, so that amount will not be taken away from the business, but you will be mandated to set it aside in a form of decarbonization fund. So that decarbonization fund, this bill, will give you several options. One is to introduce energy-saving mechanisms, no, within the value chain to enhance your operations so that the emission level of your facility will gradually decrease. No? So, pwede kang mag-invest sa pag-improve ng operations ninyo para bumaba ang level of emissions. So that's one option. If you don't have, no, let's say, it's really difficult for you to reduce your emissions, no, within the value chain, this particular measure will also give you an opportunity to invest in green technologies outside of your value chain. So pwede rin ninyong gamitin yon sa labas, no, ng operation mo. And kung ikaw ay isang maliit na negosyo, pwede rin ninyong pagsama-samahin yung inyong mga naitabi ninyong puhunan, yung naitabi ninyong internal carbon fund, no? And then you can actually invest it in green technologies. So, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, this is an opportunity for all of us to influence the business sector to follow a lower carbon pathway, and at the same time allay the fears of the business sector that this will be a new form of taxation. The main idea of this bill is actually to influence the business sector to go this way, which is the low carbon economic pathway. At the end of the day, we all want a cleaner and greener economy for our country.
Mr. Speaker, it was mentioned by our sponsor na magse-set up halimbawa ang isang enterprise ng kanyang decarbonization fund as computed based dun sa ano ang tinakdang halimbawa like price ng gobyerno multiplied by kung ano yung volume ng excess na carbon emissions beyond dun sa ano lang din yung tinakdang limit. And to clarify, ang decarbonization fund, yun ay magiging bahagi pa rin o hawak siya, ang magmamanage sa kanya ay yung enterprise pa rin. Hindi yun i-collect ng kahit anong government agency. Tama po ba?
Actually, there are options provided in the bill, and if you're not interested to reinvest it in your business or in other investments outside of the value chain, you can actually give it to the government. We have several facilities in government, like the People Survival Fund. These are funding mechanisms. If you are not, if you don't have the time and the resources and the technical know-how, that can actually be forwarded to the government.
So ibig
So
sabihin,
as one of the options, Your Honor.
yeah. Kaya ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, merong flexibility doon sa saan mapupunta, saan magagamit yung decarbonization fund in line doon sa ano yung inaalaw ng panukalang batas. Mr. Speaker, itong gustong gawin ng bill kasi it's similar doon sa ginagawang mga carbon trading mechanism sa ibang mga bansa. I'd like to ask sa ating sponsor, meron po bang masasite na mga you can say success stories ng pag-implement ng ganon wherein we set limits sa pwedeng i-emit ng iba't ibang mga sectors, iba't ibang mga enterprises, pero doon sa mga lalagpas ay merong ganitong consequence. Gusto pong malaman kung meron bang mga bansa or let's say companies na kung saan effective na nagawa ito.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, globally there are only two established mechanisms. One is carbon tax, the other one is emission trading system. That's why I have said at the opening of my sponsorship speech, this is actually a trailblazing measure because this measure is actually introducing a third option that we can actually introduce in our country without putting the burden on the taxpayer or the consumer. Because whether we like it or not, we really have to decarbonize. But the bigger question among our peoples is actually, paano natin gagawin yan na hindi naman tatamaan ang mga mahihirap nating kababayan, diba? So, this is actually an opportunity for businesses to pursue a greener business, greener and cleaner business. And at the same time, this is actually a very great opportunity to go into green technologies. And kung titingnan po natin based on the projections that we are seeing, within 10 years of implementation of this particular measure, we will be able to generate around 100 billion pesos of decarbonization fund, which our country can actually utilize to promote clean energy and clean technology. We also expect to generate around 1.1 million jobs in clean technology investments. And if you consider the primary and secondary value, economic value that will be generated by this particular measure, it is projected to bring around $330 billion fueling our growth as a country. So, to many, this may be a threat to some of our brothers and sisters in the business sector. But if you look at it closely, this is actually a very good opportunity to promote business without harming to promote business at the same time, pursue or satisfy the efforts towards addressing the negative impacts of climate change. So, to add, globally countries are already decarbonizing. Whether we like it or not, the different countries are actually moving towards decarbonization. And it is but right and proper that we now provide a regulatory framework that will serve as a guide to the business sector. Kasi kung wala ho tayong panukalang batas na magsisilbing batayan ng pagkilos natin towards decarbonization, ang tatamaan po dito yung mga maliliit din na negosyo. Because they have very limited fiscal space in terms of capital and resources.
Mr. Speaker, kung doon sa ating layunin na hindi ipasa o hindi magkakaroon ng mabigat na burden doon sa ating mga kababayan na in the first place sila na ay disadvantaged sa current na setup na ating lipunan. Halimbawa, yung mga maliliit na negosyo, tapos yung ating mga consumers din. Kaya doon sa ating intention na iwasan yung carbon taxes, yan ay sinasang-ayunan din ng representasyon na ito. Tingin natin hindi magiging effective at detrimental pa nga sa ating mga may hirap na kababayan, no? Kung ma-explore yung ganong track, no? At mabuti at nailinaw na ating sponsor na hindi yon bahagi, diba, nitong panukalang batas. Doon naman, Mr. Speaker, sa pen ng emissions trading, kasi it's also clarified na it's more of a new
approach.
A new program, oo. It's a new approach doon sa paano tayo magde-develop bilang isang bansa nang hindi tayo nagpapalaki palalo ng ating emissions. In fact, gusto nga nating babaan pa. Now, with that, so itong decarbonization fund, itong approach na ito, kasi kung in terms of emissions trading, yun, it's done by other countries na rin eh. Pero itong decarbonization fund lang po, to be specific, so since it's a new approach that we want to introduce, ibig sabihin hindi pa ito common practice sa ibang mga bansa. Tama po ba?
Correct.
So, since it's not a new practice, it's a new practice, hindi pa siya in common, ang gusto po nating ma-ensure din, hindi nito i-replicate yung mga observations ng ating mga environmental groups doon sa mga sinubukan na rin. Kaya ko po na-point out yung tungkol sa emissions trading kasi ang naging karanasan sa ibang mga bansa while nandyan yung magagandang intentions doon sa pag-curb ng carbon emissions, ganyan. Pero ang nangyari sa emissions trading sa ibang mga bansa, yung mga malalaking negosyo, kasi di ba when we say the private sector, mahahati din po natin sila, di ba? Yung mga maliliit, medium, pero nandyan din naman yung mga sobrang laki na, yung mga very big enterprises. Ang nangyayari po at the end of the day, yung mga big enterprises, dahil sila din naman yung may malaking profit margin, sila din yung kayang bumili ng carbon credits ng mga ibang mas maliliit na mga negosyo. Kaya ang nangyayari, na pagpapatuloy pa rin nila yung kanilang environmentally destructive activities, pero sasabihin lang din nila na, ay hindi, kasi nag-participate naman kami sa emissions trading, we've done our share. So, bottom line, Mr. Speaker, ito yung tinatawag ng mga environmental groups natin na greenwashing. Diba? Na sa surface level, mukhang nagaambag, pero sa totoo lang, natatago pa niya yung masasamang ginagawa, lalo ng mga malalaking enterprises. So, with that, Mr. Speaker, ano ang assurance natin na itong decarbonization fund, itong new approach na inintroduce natin, hindi siya matutulad dun sa mga emissions trading na ginawa na rin sa ibang bansa, pero at the end of the day, as we have seen, lumalala yung climate crisis. Ilang taon na ring pinatupad yung emissions trading sa ibang mga bansa. Then again, sa observations natin, lumalala lang yung mga bagyo, kapag mainit naman, sobrang init, ganyan. So, it means hindi naging effective yung emissions trading. So, paano lang po mag-iiba itong panukala natin dun sa mga sinubukan na?
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleague, what we have is an imperfect world. But what we are trying to do is introduce mechanisms and measures that we hope will address the current climate crisis. The bill also provides for several mechanisms that will prevent or reduce abuses. One is the setting up of monitoring and verification system. And there are also, if I'm not mistaken, in section, we have a provision on third-party verifiers. In section 32, the development and administration of accreditation process for third-party verifiers. So there's a check and balance mechanism that we hope to set up with this particular measure. It's true, there will always be challenges on how we address the problem of climate change and especially decarbonization. But this is a very important mechanism that hopefully we can influence the business sector to pursue decarbonization and at the same time provide more opportunities, more economic opportunities for our people. It's actually a challenge on all of us on how we can influence corporate behavior in connection with our battle against climate change. There is no 100% assurance that things will be solved by this particular measure. But, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleague, I sincerely believe that this is a pathway, this is actually a step in the right direction.
Hearing that, Mr. Speaker, gusto ko ring sa konteksto itong House Bill natin dahil ang Department of Energy sa nilabas po niya na Philippine Energy Plan for 6 years. So, ang scope po nun ay 2023 hanggang actually 2028. At doon sa ating Philippine Energy Plan ay nakalagay po doon yung justifications at ang assertion na yung Pilipinas ay hindi magsusubscribe sa goal na net zero. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, even our Energy Department ay hindi kinikilala na dapat asamin natin na mag-net zero tayo. Which means, di ba, kung meron tayong nilalabas na carbon emissions, may paraan tayo para rin ma-absorb yun. Kaya siya magka-cancel out, kaya siya net zero. Ang nakakalungkot dun sa ating Philippine Energy Plan, hindi man lang siya naglatag ng ganong timeline kung kailan. No? Kasi kung sasabihin ng Department of Energy na, okay, within the next 6 years, di natin kaya, pero siguro after some additional years, kaya. Pero doon ang wording po talaga, Mr. Speaker, hindi natin aasamin yung net zero. So, doon pa lang, meron tayong self-imposed limitation doon sa ano lang yung kaya natin gawin. So, what's bothering doon sa Philippine Energy Plan ay kapag ganun ang sinet na direction,
Mindset.
pwede kasing meron tayong mga big businesses, given yung economies of scale na meron sila, they have a stake in so many sectors sa ating economy. Tapos kung wala tayong goal for net zero, ay pwede nilang gawing scapegoat itong pag-set up halimbawa ng isang decarbonization fund just to show that they have a commitment to helping in addressing climate change. Pero hindi nila bibitawan yung kanilang mga halimbawa reliance on not so clean forms of energy or papabagalin pa nila yung transition to green technology. Kaya ang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, paano din ba natin mas bibigyan ng pangil yung ating mga agencies, halimbawa DNR, tapos kung ano din yung kaya sa extent ng powers ng Climate Change Commission. Kasi supposedly yung gobyerno yan yung nag-act in behalf of the people. Lalo kung merong mga sobrang laki entity na for so many years para sila untouchable dahil namamalaki masyado yung kanilang ambag sa ating economy. Pero sa totoo lang habang may iilan na lalong yumayaman pero at the expense of the welfare and the survival ng mga communities kung saan nag-ooperate yung kanilang mga negosyo. So, yun po, tanong po natin, paano through this bill, no, paano mas bibigyan ng pangil yung ating mga agencies? Kasi sobrang nagkulang po talaga tayo sa ganong aspect.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleague, this particular bill seeks to influence corporate behavior. And we set up mechanisms that will facilitate hopefully the change of behavior because of the economic opportunities that can also be explored by the business sector, especially in the area of green technology. While it's true, it's a challenge to regulate businesses, no? And laws are most of the time, or some of the time, are not, well, obviously it's not perfect. Obviously it has its limitations. But with this particular bill, we are trying to set a direction, no? Not so much as a regulation, but more on influencing the business sector that there's really economic opportunity in renewable, clean technologies. So ang sinasabi po natin, hindi naman dapat katakutan ito. In fact, ito ay nagbibigay sa atin ng malaking puwang na magkaroon ng mas malaking oportunidad pagdating sa pagninegosyo sa mga negosyo na hindi nakakasira ng kalikasan at sa mga negosyo na actually we can consider as climate friendly. So in terms of regulation, it will really be a challenge. And it will always be a challenge, no? Because agencies are not also perfect. Like all of us, we have our own limitations, and people are also people have limitations. No? So the challenge is actually on setting up a framework that is actually conducive and facilitative for that change of behavior.
Okay. For my remaining time, Mr. Speaker, I'll shift my focus naman dun sa Article 3 on the National Climate Change Action Plan at ang nationally determined contribution. Meron po siyang specific section on the nationally determined contribution ng ating bansa para ma-reduce ang global greenhouse gas emissions, at meron din pong section 13 on climate change expenditure tagging. I'd like to clarify, Mr. Speaker, kung sa current ba ng mga batas natin, kasi kung meron man pong mga department orders, mas binding kapag may batas talaga. So, habang wala pa po itong House Bill 11375, meron na bang existing laws na nag-articulate ng itong nationally determined contribution tsaka climate change expenditure tagging?
Right now, what we have is actually a joint memorandum circular that facilitates the establishment of the NDC.
Which means, Mr. Speaker, if ever na maging batas to, so it will be the first time na meron tayong batas talaga explicitly mentioning and providing details how we will achieve our nationally determined contribution at paano rin yung climate change expenditure tagging. Would that be correct,
Yes,
Mr. Speaker?
correct.
Sige. So if ever merong ganong noteworthy na mga points sa ating panukalang batas, lalo na sa mga nakaraang budget hearings natin, ang Department of Energy and Department of Environment and Natural Resources, meron din siyang attempts for climate change expenditure tagging. Dun sa ating national budget, total yung mga related sa climate change. Although, as a youth representative, meron pa tayong mga tanong paano ba talaga nililabel ng DNR yung mga projects. No? Kasi nga, as we have witnessed, no? Yung flood control projects, nililabel siya as climate change expenditure, pero sa totoo lang, kung yung tangible impact, edi kailangan pang i-probe yun. So, if ever na nakalagay siya dito, then I think it's a good point, lalo na't meron talaga tayong common na reference sa paano ba talaga yung tamang pagtatag ng ating mga iba't ibang proyekto. So, with that, I end my interpellation, Mr. Speaker, and I thank our good sponsor sa pagsagot sa ating mga tanong. This will help us to weigh the different aspects of this bill before we cast our vote. Maraming salamat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Manuel. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other interpellator, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendment or committee amendment, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendment is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 11375. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11375. All those in favor say aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11375 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider, under the calendar of business for the day, House Bill number 11327 as contained. Let me withdraw that, Mr. Speaker. It will be House Bill number 11393 as contained under the committee report 1395. Printed copies have been distributed to the members pursuant to the rules. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11393.
House Bill number 11393, an act strengthening the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy by renaming it as the Philippine National Maritime Academy, expanding its mandate, curricular offerings, and the composition of the governing board and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the chair of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, Representative Mark Go, to initiate the sponsorship of the measure.
The gentleman from the Lone District of Baguio City, Chairman on the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, Representative Mark Go, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, Mr. Speaker, and our dear colleagues. I am honored to stand in this august chamber to sponsor House Bill 11393 under Committee Report 1395, strengthening the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy by renaming it as the Philippine National Marine Academy, expanding its mandate, curricular offerings, and governing board composition, as well as appropriating funds therefor. Mr. Speaker, the Philippines has long been the world's largest supplier of seafarers, dating back to the galleon trade. In 2021, the Philippines ranked first in the world in the supply of seafarers and continued to be in the many years to come. An estimated 489,852 seafarers were deployed in 2022, constituting about 25% of the world's mariners with the corresponding $6.7 billion remittances. Mr. Speaker, Filipino seafarers are high in demand in the global shipping labor market. They are internationally renowned for their versatility, quality training and education, English proficiency, and adaptability. And we take pride in producing well-trained, well-educated, and well-equipped seafarers to the international fleet. However, Mr. Speaker, we cannot be complacent because there are significant changes in the maritime environment like technology and climate change that cannot be taken for granted. Opportunities continue to grow and demand for highly skilled seafarers knowledgeable of the latest technologies and regulations is increasing. To cope with the complexities and innovations in the changing landscape of the maritime industry, the development and improvement of our maritime training and education are necessary. Government support is vital to sustain the Philippine status as the leading source of maritime and marine officers and personnel worldwide. The Philippine Merchant Marine Academy, or PMMA, created under Republic Act 3680 in 1963, leads in maritime education and training in the country. It produces top-notch merchant marine officers serving in marine and maritime industries, both locally and internationally, and in defense forces of the Philippines, the Philippine Coast Guard, and the Philippine Navy in particular. Mr. Speaker, transforming the PMMA into the Philippine National Marine Academy is a strategic move to enhance its status and sustain excellence in providing basic and continuing higher education and training of marine students and professionals. The new Philippine National Maritime Academy, Mr. Speaker, will serve as the lead academic partner of the Maritime Industry Authority and the Commission on Education in developing curricula and innovations in maritime education. It will expand its offerings in post-secondary technical and vocational training and education, undergrad and graduate as well as postgraduate degree programs in maritime education. Mr. Speaker, the proposed National Maritime Research and Policy Center of the Philippine National Maritime Academy will focus on research and policy development of the maritime industry, law enforcement, and security. This center will establish direct connections with the private sector, various government agencies, and government-owned and controlled corporations. Under this bill, Mr. Speaker, graduates of merchant marine courses of the PMMA will serve in the government for an accumulated duration of at least 4 years. This is to ensure that they serve their communities, apply their learnings from PMMA, and contribute in nation building. This bill will also allow the Philippine National Maritime Academy to become a practical assessment center for TESDA and Marina compliant with TESDA requirements for TVET graduates and Marina requirements for maritime seafarers and professionals. Acquisition of multi-role training vessels by PNMA will be allowed through grants and loans that can be used as training ships for all maritime students nationwide. Mr. Speaker, this proposed law presents or represents a significant step forward in developing an education and training framework to equip our cadets, mariners, and seafarers with skills and knowledge to be globally competitive. By enacting this legislation, we'll make a tangible difference in the lives of our mariners and seafarers, including their families and communities, towards a more just and equitable society. I therefore urge Mr. Speaker and my dear colleagues to support this bill and join me in taking this important action for our country. Again, thank you very much and good evening.
Thank you, Honorable Go. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of interpellation is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez for his interpellation.
The Honorable
I withdraw that manifestation. I move that we recognize the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez for his sponsorship of the measure.
The Honorable Rufus Rodriguez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, our distinguished Majority Leader, our distinguished members of this August Assembly, and to our valued guests, especially the officials of the PMMA, which will become the PNMA. Mr. Speaker, and my dear colleagues, it is with pride and honor that I stand before this august chamber to sponsor House Bill 1138393 under Committee Report number 1395, which proposes to strengthen the existing Philippine Merchant Marine Academy and rename it as the Philippine National Maritime Academy to enhance its position as the national professional institution for maritime education. Mr. Speaker, this measure will enable the proposed Philippine National Maritime Academy, or PNMA, to expand its mandate, curricular offerings, and to focus and specialize in maritime and maritime-related programs. In 1963, Republic Act 3680 converted the Philippine National School into the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy, or PMMA. That was 1963, 60 years ago. Then, from several locations, the school was relocated to Fort Bonifacio, Makati City in 1968. It was originally under the Department of Transportation and Communications, but in 1997, it was placed directly under the supervision of the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED. Mr. Speaker, after 3 decades in Fort Bonifacio, the PMMA was transferred on February 2, 1998 to a more than 600 square meter lot at the Naval Station in San Narciso, Zambales, pursuant to Proclamation 937, dated December 16, 1996, by then the late President Fidel Ramos. Mr. Speaker, the PMMA is the top or premier school in the country for maritime courses, and where most of the best aspiring seafarers for our country finish the maritime courses, and they are now very successful in their professions. It was founded specifically to be a school for merchant marine officers. As one of the oldest institutions in the country, the PMMA's preeminence as the main merchant marine school has never been questioned, and its reputation for high-quality education has been maintained in the various eras of Philippine history. Spanish colonial rule, American Commonwealth, Japanese occupation, post-war World War II independence. Thus, it is only fitting and proper that it be renamed as the Philippine National Marine Academy, or PNMA, with a mission of molding merchant marine students and professionals imbued with nationalism, leadership traits, and positive character development. Under this measure, Mr. Speaker, the PNMA shall provide holistic education and training for human resource development of maritime students, professionals, and leaders in support of maritime industry development, maritime law enforcement, and national security. Mr. Speaker, the PNMA shall be primarily responsible for producing efficient and well-trained maritime professionals in such fields as marine transportation, where we produce most of the ship captains in the world. Second, marine engineering, the chief engineers in the world. Maritime business, maritime administration, maritime logistics, ship management, port and shipyard management, and naval engineering, electrotechnology, automation and robotics, artificial intelligence, autonomous ships, digitalization, marine environmental protection, maritime security. This is very, very important, Mr. Speaker, because of the intrusion of the Chinese in the West Philippine Sea. And then, of course, to enforce and to follow the law of the sea, where the UNCLOS has been approved in 1962 with the late Senator Arturo Tolentino representing our country, and which China is always violating. Mr. Speaker, the bill places the proposed PNMA under the jurisdiction of two agencies. One is the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED, for degree programs, and the Marine Industry Authority, or MARINA, for courses that require compliance with the requirements of the Convention on Standards of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping for Seafarers, to which the Philippines is a signatory. This measure, Mr. Speaker, provides that the administration of PNMA and the exercise of its corporate powers shall be vested exclusively in the superintendent of the PNMA and the Board of Trustees of the PNMA, chaired by the CHED, co-chaired by the Department of Transportation, and vice-chaired by the PNMA superintendents. Unlike the other SUCs, Mr. Speaker, the existing PMMA is headed by superintendent, which is retained in the bill. Part of this transformation, Mr. Speaker, is the establishment of a system allowing, this is very important to our colleagues who are present here, because the system allows every congressional district to send cadets to PNMA for the proper distribution of the serving cadets across the country, availing of the free education, training, and opportunities in the PNMA. So Cagayan de Oro has now at least five scholars there in various years. And this will be more, and to all districts, including the district of our beloved President, former Speaker, Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, we will have scholars there all over the Philippines. And that is why we have to really support this, because our congressional districts will be given allocation of one cadet. Mr. Speaker, the bill further directs the PMMA to establish a National Maritime Research and Policy Center to engage in research for the development and advancement of the maritime industry. The proposed law likewise provides that the PNMA may establish, this is a very good one for all of us, establish campuses in any part of the country, not only in Zambales, but in Visayas, and especially in Mindanao, the land of unfulfilled promises. And therefore, with this kind of bill, this will be an affirmative action that we will make available all over the 7,461 islands that we should have, we will be able to have campuses so that they don't have to come to Luzon. And that is why, in this case, there is a proviso here that the Cagayan de Oro campus, Mr. Speaker, this representation is the author of Republic Act 10355, which has already been law for the past 3 years. And as author of this, there is now a campus, Mr. Speaker, and your constituents from Lanao del Sur will be able to study in Cagayan de Oro because we are near and we are neighbors, Deputy Speaker Malindong. And that is why here the High School of Cagayan de Oro was opened 3 years ago, is now on their 3rd year, and this representation was the one who filed the first campus to be opened all over the country. From Zambales, the main campus, only one is still existing, that is Cagayan de Oro City, and we have our youth of Cagayan de Oro already in senior high school. Then that will be the feeder school to be able to bring them to Zambales for the real bachelor science degrees in marine transportation and marine engineering. And so we will, because of this bill, will open up in many parts of the country to afford them to come, because Zambales is quite far from Mindanao and the Visayas. And then, Mr. Speaker, this bill further provides that the PNMA shall, to the extent possible, yes, establish these campuses and democratize, this is the word, democratize the access and entry to this institution, not only in Luzon, but will be able to accept students, especially from different parts of the country, and Cagayan de Oro, the city of golden friendship. To effectively carry out the provisions and achieve the purpose of this act, Mr. Speaker, this measure states that the PNMA shall have the appropriate number of multi-role training vessels. Very important. This will authorize them to get more multi-role training vessels of MRTVs that can be used as training ships for all maritime students nationwide. Not only will our PMNA in Zambales accept only their own cadets or the cadets from Cagayan de Oro, all schools, maritime schools, can go there and get training from these multi-role training vessels. Then it may acquire the MRTVs through grants. We are authorizing them to really secure grants, and under our PMMA, we have been able to secure many grants from different international shipping lines. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the PMMA is our best and topmost school for maritime professionals and seafarers, certainly deserves a new charter and a new name. After all, it's been more than 60 years that it is operating under an archaic charter, and therefore needs to be upgraded, strengthened, and made more relevant in order for the institution to meet the current needs of the international and domestic shipping industry. With this in mind, Mr. Speaker, I humbly request for all the support of our august members here so that we can be able to push for the passage of this very important law, as stated by Chairman Mark Go. The Philippines is the primary source of our seafarers, and they are giving to our international shipping lines that kind of service and competence that only a Filipino can give. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my distinguished colleagues.
Thank you, Honorable Rodriguez. Session suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize former President Congresswoman Gloria Macapagal Arroyo for her sponsorship measure of the measure.
The Honorable Gloria Macapagal Arroyo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join our colleagues, Chairman Mark Go and Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, in sponsoring the measure to strengthen the PMMA. I do so for a reason of sentiment, a reason of necessity, and a reason of aspiration. On sentiment, it was during the administration of my father, President Diosdado Macapagal, that RA 3680, the PMMA law, was enacted. And now, I want to help bring the institution to the new age of technology. On necessity, when RA 3680 was enacted, it specified the curriculum. It specified the courses to be offered. And certainly, the courses that were required then are not enough to bring the school to the new century and the new millennium. That is why we need to strengthen the institution. We need to amend the law to give it the flexibility to create its own curriculum. The third reason is aspiration. You notice, Mr. Speaker, that in the past, or in the present, this institution was called the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy. Now it is being changed. And the new name no longer has the term merchant. That is because we would like to transform this institution not only into an institution that educates those who want to become merchant marines, but also, as Congressman Rodriguez pointed out in his own sponsorship, those that will help us in security and law enforcement. In other words, if we have the PMA that trains soldiers, we have the PNPA that trains policemen. We hope that the students and the graduates of this institution, at least in the beginning, not by straight commission, but being allowed to enter laterally, they may be able to become a part of the Navy, the Marines, or the Coast Guard. So these are the strategic reasons why, Mr. Speaker, I believe this bill is very important for this day and age. And so I join my two colleagues in sponsoring this bill, this measure, and urging our chamber to pass it in second and third reading, and hopefully with the other chamber into law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who would wish to interpellate these sponsors, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendment, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading, House Bill 11393. So moved.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11393. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11393 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider under the business for the day House Bill number 11372. Printed copies have been distributed to the members pursuant to the rules. For purposes thereof, may we request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11372.
House Bill number 11372, an act strengthening the mechanism for land use development and infrastructure planning and budgeting for state universities and colleges, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11396, otherwise known as the SUC's Land Use Development and Infrastructure Plan Act, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Mark Go, Chair of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, for his sponsorship of the measure.
Gentleman from the Lone District of Baguio City, Honorable Mark Go, Chairman of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Isa pong mapagpalayang gabi sa ating lahat. I am honored to sponsor in this August Chamber House Bill number 11372 under Committee Report 1380, which seeks to strengthen the mechanism for land use, development, and infrastructure planning, or LUDIP, as well as the budgeting for state universities and colleges by amending Republic Act 11396, or the SUC's LUDIP Act. Mr. Speaker, prior to the enactment of the LUDIP Act in 2019, majority of the SUCs and their campuses all over the country had vast tracts of idle land holdings and lacked a master plan defining the academic support and administrative needs of the campuses and the site development plans for their campuses. The enactment into law of the LUDIP Act required all SUCs to formulate and implement their LUDIP, which became the basis for the approval of new infrastructure projects. Thus, the implementation of the LUDIP has become one of the mandates of the SUCs. After more than 7 years of the law's implementation, Mr. Speaker, this Congress had seen the need to further strengthen the law by including the SUC's priority infrastructure projects to be implemented within a 5-year period in the coverage of the LUDIP. Furthermore, the Commission on Higher Education is required to include the LUDIP of compliant SUCs in the 5-year comprehensive LUDIP within the 1 year from the receipt thereof. The bill, Mr. Speaker, likewise states that the comprehensive LUDIP, which shall be approved by the governing boards of the SUCs and to be submitted to the CHED, shall contain, among others, a listing of land use and infrastructure projects, including the construction of dormitories and housing sites for employees as part of the priority projects to be implemented by SUCs and their respective requirements. To further improve and optimally utilize the SUC's resources, Mr. Speaker, this measure requires that the LUDIP of SUCs shall be linked with the land use plan and practice of the local government units having territorial jurisdiction over them. This, Mr. Speaker, will ensure complementation of activities across geographical boundaries. In line with this, Mr. Speaker, this bill requires the CHED to submit the comprehensive LUDIP to Congress and other government agencies concerned to guide the allocation of funds for the land use and infrastructure projects of the SUCs on an annual basis. Mr. Speaker, these amendments to the LUDIP Act are necessary to improve the system by which SUCs formulate respective LUDIPs. More importantly, this will further capacitate the SUCs to come up with a realizable, rational, holistic, efficient, and just allocation and utilization of the resources, while at the same time upgrading their facilities and other infrastructure to ensure that access of poor students to quality higher education will be increased. Thus, Mr. Speaker and my dear colleagues, I urge all of you to support the passage of this important measure. Again, thank you very much at magandang gabi po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you, Honorable Marco. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of interpellation is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the representative from Kabataan Party List, Raul Manuel, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Raul Manuel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would our sponsor yield to just a few questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nung nabasa po natin ang panukalang batas, based on its text, ay mukhang ang tinitiyak naman niya ay paano mas may-utilize ng maayos ang lupa ng ating mga state universities and colleges. Ang gusto ko lang matanong, Mr. Speaker, kasi I'm sure yung ating sponsor ay familiar na po sa ganitong puntong lagi ini-insist ng representasyon na ito, na kung may lupa ating mga SUCs at gagamitin siya fully, dapat ay for academic purposes talaga. Kaso lang, I'll cite again, Mr. Speaker, yung case ng UP Diliman. Kasi yung mga recent na developments, hindi siya yung first time. Even years ago, ay yung UP Ayala Techno Hub, UP Town Center, na dati tiningnan siya bilang idle lands, pero instead na kung may ide-develop sana, edi mas magandang mga classroom yon, magandang mga laboratory, edi ang nangyari, Mr. Speaker, ay mga kung ano-anong establishments na ang nandyan. Tapos, in fact, ang naging defense pa nun before, nung tinanong din syempre ng mga estudyante, mga teachers, anong academic purpose ng ganong mga building? Ang naging sagot po, meron naman diyang bookstore. Yan na yung academic purpose. Kaya po lalo tayong napapakunot ng noo kasi parang pag sinabi nating academic purpose, it's supposedly classrooms, laboratories, at iba pang mga spaces na kinakailangan. So, yun, paano lang po ma-safeguard na kapag talaga may development, para talaga siya sa mga espasyo na yun yung matagal ng kulang at dapat ay maidagdag sa ating mga pamantasan.
Thank you. Thank you sa iyong napaka-interesting na tanong, Congressman Raul. Mr. Speaker, yung pong LUDIP, ang ibig sabihin po niyan, Land Use Development and Infrastructure Plan. So it covers a comprehensive plan of every SUC for this particular land area that they have. It would include basically yung pong paggamit nito para sa edukasyon talaga. At kapag ikaw ay nagplano at kasama rito ang iba pang mga infrastruktura na yung gagawin, kailangan din iisipin mo kung ito'y mapapakinabangan at makakatulong sa pagtaas ng antas ng edukasyon o ang kalidad ng edukasyon, ay dapat isama rito. Yung inyong nabanggit, alam natin na hindi naman totally na ginamit yung buong land area, particularly yung UP, ginamit ito para makaraise ng pondo ang universidad at magamit ito para sa kapakanan din ng ating mga estudyante at para sa edukasyon din. Kasi para na ma-develop natin yung other facilities, kailangan ng pondo ng isang universidad at ito isang paraan para magamit itong mga idle areas at magamit ito, mag-produce ng income at itong income na ito ay magamit sa mga programang pang-edukasyon ng ating pamantasan. Kagaya rin dito, specifically, kaya linagay natin dito sa amendment dito na kailangan, including, nakalagay dito, very specific, the construction of dormitories and housing sites for employees as well as other priority projects to be implemented by SUCs and the respective requirements. So inisip natin na kailangan kompleto, no? At yung mga sobra ay pwedeng gamitin. Kamukha nung ginawa ng University of the Philippines.
Mr. Speaker, expounding on our example sa University of the Philippines, dahil noong November 2022, naaprubahan ang LUDIP ng UP for 2022 up until 2038. So actually, Mr. Speaker, nasa 16 years ang magiging scope ng LUDIP na naaprubahan. Tapos, may mga nakalagay na, halimbawa, may bahagi ng lupa ng UP na gagamitin for, ang tawag po, ang term, Mr. Speaker, Science and Technology Park. Meron din Research Generation Zone. So, mukhang magandang pakinggan, pero sa ganitong mga terminologies, dito minsan nalulusot, Mr. Speaker, yung mga proyekto nga na meron talagang aspeto na sa halip na magamit yung espasyo purely for academic purpose, dahil nga sa paghahabol ng university for resources, nagiging for income generation ang ganito mga espasyo. Also, sa usapin naman ng mga settlers, kasi marami ding mga informal settlers. Kung sa UP Diliman Campus, Mr. Speaker, sa kanyang 493 hectares, 20% ng original campus land grant ay occupied ng mga komunidad na ito yung nalalabel na mga informal settlers o yung mga residente. At kapag fully na ipatupad ang LUDIP na naaprubahan sa UP, ang estimate po ng UP Center for Integrative and Development Studies ay nasa 70,000 na mga residente ang pwedeng ma-displace. So, yung tanong po natin ay, syempre tayo po, magandang nabanggit po yung mga dormitoryo, yung mga housing para sa ating mga personnel, tas kung may dorm din para sa mga estudyante. Nonetheless, while these particular sectors would benefit from such infrastructure, wala rin naman po sa intensyon nila na merong mga ililipat halimbawa o papaalisin ng mga settlers nang wala rin kaakibat na plano kung saan mapupunta yung mga settlers na iyon. So, paano lang po, ano yung mga safeguards kung meron man, o paano natin maiwasan yung ganong undue displacement ng mga settlers na matagal na ring naninirahan sa mga lupain ng UP?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Interpellator, ang pinaka-importante po dito, if the university, in particular, binanggit mo ang UP, dapat i-consider nila yung tamang paraan para hindi ma-dislocate yung ating mga kababayan na nandyan sa lugar na yan. Importante yon eh. Pwedeng, kasi ganito yung mga lupa, no? Merong mga lupa na dineclare ng ating bansa na ito yung mga reservation exclusively for schools. Ngayon, para mabigay natin sa kanila itong mga lupang ito, dapat isegregate natin mula sa university at gawin nating alienable and disposable. It's only after you declare that this will become alienable and disposable bago natin maibigay sa kanila. Either we sell them through miscellaneous sales application or through TSA. So kailangan merong pag-aaral na gagawin para masiguro natin na hindi ma-dislocate itong ating mga kababayan dyan. And this is not only true in UP. This should be true for all SUCs and other areas occupied by some of our friends who are considered to be what we call, as you said, informal settlers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lalo na't gusto natin itong i-flag din as an example kasi kung meron mang housing na ipoprovide dun sa mga posibleng ma-displace na mga informal settlers sa UP Diliman campus, ang tinitiyak lang po sa kanila based on current plans ay transitional housing. Kaya ibig pong sabihin talaga ay, yun, pwedeng sa period lang na sila ay madi-displace, meron silang pansamantalang titirhan, pero yung long term talaga na pwedeng kung saan sila mag-reside, na matino rin naman, hindi risky, tapos malapit sa kanilang pwedeng source ng income, yun yung hindi natitiyak ng ganitong mga naaprubahang plano. Tapos kung sa UP Mindanao naman po, no? Kasi nung napuntahan din natin ang campus ng UP Mindanao, noon, nakakalungkot lang pakinggan mula mismo doon sa mga settlers sa area na ang tingin po nila sa isang academic institution ay parang land grabber. Kasi daw yun, sila yung matagal na nandun, tapos sila pa yung mapapaalis. May mga instances din na yung mga indigenous people, na meron din silang mga assertions dun sa lupa, tapos ang kanilang kakontest ay mismong mga SUCs. So, paano po ba yung maayos na pagsisettle ng ganong mga, like, we can call it conflicts or disagreements, no? Meron po bang pamamaraan na kapag may ludip ang ating mga SUCs ay maayos na nasisettle at hindi nade-deprive yung mga, supposedly, yung mga settlers natin?
Well, Mr. Speaker, dapat po sa ludip, given yan dapat i-consider nila. So yung mga areas na talagang gusto na nating ibigay sa ating mga informal settlers, ay gawin dapat natin yan at maging parte ng ludip. Kailangan natin yan kasi hindi naman pwede yung alisin mo na lang dyan, wala kang gagawin para sa kanila. Kailangan po yan, ayusin natin yan. At bilang kasapi ng rehente ng UP, yan ay pagbibigay alam ko sa Board of Regents at sa ating Pangulo ng UP, yung posisyon po natin tungkol dyan. Kailangan, ang laki naman ng UP Mindanao. Kung pumunta kami doon, nakita natin yan. Ang UP Diliman, pwede rin nating ayusin yan, palagay ko. Pero pwede nating ma-involve dito, hindi lamang palagay ko yung asosasyon ng mga informal settlers doon, pati na siguro ang local government para makatulong din sila.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I have no further questions. I think our sponsors pagsagot sa ating mga tanong. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you,
Honorable Manuel.
Mr. Interpellator.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Castro from ACT Teachers Party List for her interpellation.
The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our Majority Floor Leader. So, ilang katanungan lang po, Honorable Sponsor, as regard to this House Bill 11372. So, curious lang ako, Mr. Speaker, are all SUCs had this LUDIP?
Well, they are mandated by law to prepare their LUDIP and submit it to the Commission on Higher Education.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that information. So, as I can read, no, in the bill, the salient points are to strengthen the land use development and infrastructure, planning and budgeting of state universities and colleges, amendments to 11396 of the LUDIP and appropriates funds therefore, mandates that the LUDIP of the SUC be linked with the land use plan and practice of the LGUs, having territorial jurisdiction over them, involves various government agencies and academic departments in the approval of the LUDIP of SUC. So tama po, no? Ito yung mga salient feature nitong
Yes,
amendments.
Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, to continue, gusto po natin na mga sinusulong natin ang mga karagdagang pasilidad para sa ating mga estudyante at mga kawani sa mga pamantasan at universidad. Gayon din po, yung paglalaan ng karagdagang pondo para sa mga pro-students, pro-workers, and pro-people projects. But just a few clarificatory questions, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Dito po ba, under the proposed amendments to the LUDIP Act, with one of which mandating the land use and infrastructure plan of SUC be linked to the land use and infrastructure plan of the LGUs having jurisdiction over them. So, Mr. Speaker, ang tanong, dahil meron ditong parang yung salitang be linked, no, dun sa kumbaga land use plan ng LGU. So how will the land use and infrastructure plans of this SUC be prepared and implemented? Meron na rin po bang land use plan yung lahat ng mga LGU nakakasakop doon sa SUCs?
Dapat po meron sila, pero we need to get the information, yung data, kung lahat po ng mga local government units meron ng LUDIP, where the different SUCs are situated, Mr. Speaker, Madam Interpellator.
Yes, so di ba dapat po, ilan po ba yung mga SUCs natin? We have
113 SUCs all over the country.
So, pag naaprubahan po, Mr. Speaker, itong panukalang batas na to or yung amendments, dapat po talaga meron ng, alam natin yung mga infrastructure, land use and infrastructure plan ng mga LGU para magiging effective, di ba? Itong halimbawa, itong ating ipapasang batas.
Yes, tama po yun, ma'am.
Pero bakit hindi po tayo sure kung lahat po ng mga LGUs?
Hindi ko po exactly masabi kung ilan, but most of these SUCs, yung mga locations nila, marami pong meron ng LUDIP. Gaya po ng lungsod ng Baguio, meron po kaming LUDIP doon.
LUDIP, okay. So kasi, Sir Speaker, mahalaga to yung word na link.
Yes.
Kasi yung inintroduce.
Kailangan merong pag-uusap.
Yes.
Kaya pagpaplano together para masabi.
Plan, consultation, with all the stakeholders. Kaya may binabanggit ni Kong Raul Manuel kanina, halimbawa po yung mga madi-displace na mga kababayan nating mga hirap na nandoon, yung kabuhayan nila, etc. So ano po ba yung ano po ba ang mauna? Yung LUDIP ng SUC ililink doon sa local government unit o yung dapat yung local government unit yung umangkop doon sa LUDIP ng SUC? Sa proposal.
Sa ngayon po, Mr. Speaker, meron na pong almost more than 95% ng mga SUCs, meron na silang LUDIP as provided for under the existing law. Ito pong LUDIP Act. What we wanted is itong mga SUCs in implementing itong particular program na ito, by strengthening it, kailangan magkaroon ng linkage sa kanila, ang SUC sa mga local government units na kung saan sila nakasituate.
So yun nga po, ang sinasabi ko po, so ang ibig sabihin, yung mga LUDIP, dahil 80% na ng ating mga SUCs may mga LUDIP na, so ito yung iaangkop natin doon sa Land Use Infrastructure Program ng LGU. Tama po ba yun? Or the other way around, na kung saan maiimpluwensyahan ng LGU yung LUDIP ng ating mga SUCs?
It can go both ways. Pwedeng mag-influence yung LUDIP ng SUC o kaya ang LUDIP ng local government, pwedeng influencein din yung LUDIP ng SUC.
Okay, thank you po. So, possible din yung pagpapaigting ng partnership ng SUC tsaka ng LGU dito.
Tama po, Madam Interpellator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, the bill proposed the following amendments to Section 3 of RA 11396. nakalagay dito, Mr. Speaker, be included in their respective LUDIP, provided that the LUDIP shall be linked with the land use plan and practice of the local government units having territorial jurisdiction over the SUC concerned to ensure complementation of activities across geographical boundaries. Mr. Speaker, nakalagay dito, no, having territorial jurisdiction over the SUC concerned. So in the process po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, how can we ensure that the said plan will be just and magiging consultative po? Kasi nakalagay dito, no, yung mga LGU na may territorial jurisdiction sa mga SUCs concerned ay dapat ay i-adapt, parang kumbaga yung LUDIP ng LGU. So paano po ba ito gagawin in concrete terms po?
Mr. Speaker, magbigay po ako ng isang example sa lungsod ng Baguio. Gusto naming ma-decongest, alimbawa, ang Central Business District. And what we would like to do is to encourage yung mga different SUCs within our territory that if they put an extension campus or a regular campus, it should be outside the Central Business District. Because we would like, as a city, to decongest. And we identify, as a city, kung ang posibleng areas where they can put up yung mga universities or colleges. So isa pong alimbawa yan.
Oh.
Dapat, pag ginawa natin yan, involved dapat ang mga SUC sa discussion dito. Kasi po sila po ang maapektuhan eh.
Yes.
At yun po yung ginagawa ng aming lungsod pag kami po ay humingi ng suggestion sa kanila o kaya kung ito bang gagawin na ito ay magiging maganda para sa mga paaralan o mga colleges and universities sa ating lungsod.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, kailangan din no, yung interest ng estudyante, parents, community ay will be the priority doon sa mga gagawing pagbabago. Halimbawa doon sa para magkaroon ng doon sa LUDIP ng LGU tsaka yung SUC para magiging ang tawag natin doon kumbaga coordinated.
Yes, hindi lamang po yung mga estudyante, mga teachers, pati na yung komunidad. Kailangan ma-involve sila.
Yes.
Because once we do this, it will not only affect the students as well as the faculty, but even the entire community.
Yes, so kasama din po ba dito, Mr. Speaker, yung mga binanggit nyo dito, no? Yung DBM, NEDA, yung DWH?
Kasama rin po sila dito sa proposal na gusto nating ma-approve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, how can we ensure that this... So, paano po natin, Mr. Speaker, matitiyak that these projects will not be used for speculative ventures of large foreign and private corporations? Kasi ayaw naman din natin, Mr. Speaker, na magamit itong pasilidad ng ating mga SUCs sa mga sa mga speculative ventures and large foreign private corporations. Meron po bang provision dito na
wala pong provision na prohibiting yung pag-engage ng mga private individuals, lalo na sa local government kung may yung kanilang LUDIP. But we will be sure that anything that we will do should protect the interests of the different stakeholders within the university. Yun po yung pinaka-guide dito eh.
Okay. Dapat ma-ensure din po yung mga environmental concerns.
Yes, tama po yan.
Kasi Mr. Speaker, so nakikita natin sa isang lugar, hindi pa siya nade-develop, pero pag din-develop na siya, nagkakaroon na ng denunciation doon sa land, nagkakaroon na ng problema sa flooding, nagkakaroon na ng problema sa mga iba pang environment.
Yes, tama po yan. Actually, yung paggawa ng LUDIP, kailangan kasama na yung pag-aaral sa impact nito sa environment eh.
Yes.
Kung halimbawa sa isang lugar, maraming puno dyan, dapat huwag kang magtayo ng building dyan. And it should be indicated in the LUDIP.
Okay. Thank you po, Mr. Speaker. Kasi kung pinoprotektahan natin yung kapakanan, kabuhayan ng ating mga mamamayan, equally important din yung ating environment sa
Yes.
paligid.
Tama po yan, Madam
and
Sponsor.
Of course, yung huli po ay yung paggalang din, pagrespeto doon sa human rights ng ating mga stakeholders sa loob ng mga SUCs.
Yes, tama po yan. Dapat ang unang manguna sa pagtatanggol ng karapatang pantao ay ang mga universidad. So even in the planning of this LUDIP, the more we should really look at the welfare of the people and ensure that their human rights are protected.
So with that, Mr. Speaker, I end my interpellation. Salamat po sa ating sponsor, Representative Mark Go.
Thank you po, Madam Senadora.
Thank you, Honorable Castro. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other members who would wish to interpolate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendment, I move that we terminate the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading on House Bill number 11372.
There's a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11372. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11372 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 11394 as contained in Committee Report number 1396, submitted by the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals. Copies of the bill have been distributed to the members. I request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 11394.
House Bill 11394, an act mainstreaming the use of bamboo as a sustainable material for the built environment.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. This period of sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Jose Manuel F. Alba of the 1st District of Bukidnon to sponsor the measure.
Gentleman from the 1st District of Bukidnon, Honorable Jose Manuel Alba is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, good evening. I have the honor to sponsor House Bill number 11394, entitled An Act Mainstreaming the Use of Bamboo as a Sustainable Material for the Built Environment. The bill seeks to provide a regulatory framework for the use of bamboo, specially engineered bamboo, in the built environment, ensuring its responsible use as a structural and architectural material in construction while advancing key aspects in sustainability. Mr. Speaker, the bill mandates, number one, the development and integration of bamboo referral codes in the National Building Code, namely the Bamboo Structural Code and the Bamboo Architectural Code. Number 2, the Commission on Higher Education is also hereby mandated to include bamboo utilization in the existing curricula in architecture, engineering, and related courses. And number 3, the Department of Science and Technology is hereby mandated also to undertake research and development on bamboo as well as maintain a comprehensive database. Likewise, it provides incentives to encourage farmer cooperatives and small businesses under Republic Act 11534 or the CREATE Law and RA 11321 or the Sagip-Saka Law, as well as tax breaks, exemptions from payment of forest charges and fees, among others. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, I believe this bill is a significant step to break away from the traditional way of thinking that equates bamboo to the bahay kubo alone. This bill provides an alternative sustainable material to lumber in construction. This bill addresses the unemployment problem in the countryside by providing socio-economic activities to improve household incomes, most especially to our brothers and sisters belonging to the indigenous people sector. At the macro level, bamboo addresses issues about air pollution due to its capacity to absorb twice as much carbon dioxide as trees. Compared to an equivalent tree mass, bamboo produces 35% more oxygen. As an advocate of the Sustainable Development Goals, I believe this bill will contribute significantly to the country's pursuit of a balanced and healthful ecology, in harmony with nature, while advancing key aspects of sustainability on both local and global scales. Hence, I therefore ask our dear colleagues to support the approval of this measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Alba. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate this sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Period of amendment is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendment, I move that we close the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendment is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading, House Bill number 11394.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11394. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11394 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move for the consideration of House Bill number 11402 under Committee Report number 1407. Printed copies of the bill have been previously distributed to the members, and for such purpose, may I ask the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11402.
House Bill 11402, an act strengthening the competitiveness of the Philippine motor vehicle manufacturing industry.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Rufus Rodriguez of Cagayan de Oro City to deliver his sponsorship speech.
The gentleman from Cagayan de Oro City Honorable Rufus Rodriguez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader, our distinguished colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I stand to sponsor House Bill number 11402 through Committee Report number 1407. This is an act strengthening the competitiveness of the Philippine motor vehicle industry. Mr. Speaker, the motor vehicle manufacturing industry has extensive downstream linkages, mainly with basic and critical heavy industries such as iron and steel, chemicals, rubber, and upstream linkages with tertiary industries such as transport services and distribution of goods. Thus, a progressive motor vehicle manufacturing industry is considered a key driver of industrialization and economic development. In developed countries like the United States of America, Japan, and Germany, the vehicle manufacturing industry forms the core of its industrial strength. The importance of the industry was even more highlighted during the 2008 global financial crisis, when these developed economies quickly took to action and implemented measures to support the vehicle manufacturing industry, to save it, and to make their economies strong again. The emerging economies of Brazil, Russia, India, and China also put high priority on developing a domestic vehicle manufacturing industry. Mr. Speaker, in ASEAN, member states with manufacturing capabilities such as the Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia continuously develops and implements strategic development programs and policies for motor vehicle manufacturing as a key strategy for industrialization. Since the implementation of the motor vehicle program, there has been in 1973, there has been substantial investments estimated at 100 billion were put in place in manufacturing operations. And Mr. Speaker, about 75,000 jobs were generated, and the annual export revenues from locally produced parts, and this is very important, we're not talking only here of car manufacturing per se, but we are talking here of developing, and strengthening the local spare parts industry that is placed into the cars to be manufactured. However, the Philippines was not able to develop the competitive capacities of the motor vehicle program. The small domestic market base did not support economic scale in manufacturing operations. As a result, investments have been limited, and other parts manufacturing and auto supporting industries were not fully developed. Mr. Speaker, we, in contrast, other ASEAN automotive industries benefited from a large domestic market base and the support of their governments. The vehicle manufacturing industry offers exceptional growth opportunities. A study conducted by the University of Asia and the Pacific showed that the motor vehicle manufacturing is a key industry in the Philippine economy, with one of the highest output household income and employment multiplier effects. The study estimated that an additional 100 billion investments in motor vehicle manufacturing would result in 57 billion additional output and 27.2 billion pesos for household income and 168,000 jobs. Such is the potential contribution of vehicle manufacturing because it creates production complementaries among many industries in the economy. Mr. Speaker, our bill will make sure that we first will have it declares the motor vehicle manufacturing program industry as a priority investment sector that will regularly form part of the country's investment priority plan, unless declared otherwise by law. Likewise, this bill provides that a 6-year National Motor Vehicle Manufacturing Development Plan, hereinafter referred to as the plan, shall be prepared by the Board of Investments in coordination and consultation with concerned stakeholders and endorsed by the Motor Vehicle Manufacturing Development Council, which shall be approved, Mr. Speaker, by the President of the Republic of the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, under Article 3, this is very important, which is incentives. And that is how we are going to support our motor vehicle manufacturing industry. And we have to give incentives because we believe that this will be an impetus and a driving force towards industrialization and development of our economy. Under Article 3, Section 13, fiscal incentives, under the bill, under consideration, the Philippine motor vehicle and motor vehicle component, let's be clear, not only the motor vehicle, but motor vehicle component, the spare parts and other parts that are used to make one car, are hereby declared as priority investment sectors that shall form part of the country's 4 successive strategic investments priorities plan, SIPP, wherein registered business enterprises of the Philippines and motor vehicle component industries shall be entitled to pertinent fiscal incentives granted under Article 13, tax incentives of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997. Section 13, Mr. Speaker, industry development programs, the DTI, through the BOI, in coordination with fiscal incentives review and other pertinent agencies shall recommend an incentive strategy for the Fiscal Incentives Review Board, FIRB. And therefore, this incentive strategy shall provide time-bound, targeted, performance-based, and transparent fiscal support to integrated vehicle manufacturing and automotive supporting industries. Mr. Speaker, such fiscal support granted under this section shall be non-taxable, non-negotiable, and applicable up to its full amount, provided further that the budget for fiscal support shall be indicated in the annual expenditure program and deemed automatically appropriated. In addition, the DTI, through the BOI, and in coordination with the aforementioned government agencies, shall formulate and implement programs to support the development of the motor vehicle manufacturing supporting industries. With all of this, Mr. Speaker, we therefore urge all our distinguished colleagues to support this bill, and let us say and let us announce to the whole world that we are now open to fully develop our car manufacturing industry, and we see in the future our country exporting cars to other countries. With that, I thank the Speaker, the Majority Leader, my distinguished colleagues, for giving me the time to sponsor this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Rodriguez. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of interpellation is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Congressman Raul Daniel Manuel of Kabataan Party List for his interpellation.
The Honorable Raul Manuel is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the sponsor willing to yield to some questions?
Yes, we are we will accept the interventions of our dear colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Una, Mr. Speaker, para po malinaw sa ating mga kababayan kung ano ang scope ng House Bill 11402. Pag sinabi po nating motor vehicle, ano po yung mga examples ng mga vehicles na kasama dito?
Mr. Speaker, this is found in the definition of terms of motor vehicle. And this is therefore, this is the motor vehicle are those engaged in the manufacture. This is now Section 4D. It is involved in the manufacture of brand new motor vehicles, bodies for motor vehicles, and parts, components, accessories, and systems of motor vehicles. So all those which has this machine, the motors, to be able to make this run, these are motor vehicles.
Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, hindi lang ito yung mga like cars, private cars. Halimbawa po, kung improve din natin ang ating public transportation system, kailangan natin ng dagdag na mga public utility vehicles. Halimbawa, sa ilang mga ruta na ang kailangan ay, let's say, yung mga van, ganyan.
Yes.
Kasama din yan.
Kasama mga vans and all the other motor vehicles.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, tayo ever since gusto talaga nating ma-develop ang capacity ng ating bansa na mag-produce na ating mga pangangailangan. Notwithstanding, syempre, di ba, na meron pa rin naman tayong trade sa ibang mga bansa, pero yung mga kaya nating ma-produce on our own, given our resources, our labor, expertise, ay magawa natin. Kaya mayroong promise itong House Bill natin. Now, Mr. Speaker, sa ngayon po ba, no, para makita natin ano ang potential nitong House Bill, sa ngayon, ano ang situation ng Philippine motor vehicle industry? Kasi as far as I know, Mr. Speaker, ang mas meron kasi tayo ay mga kalakhan, mga assembly factories. For example, we import various parts, mga semi-finished, tapos dito mas nabubuo, ganyan. Pero hindi pa siya yung tipong much of it ay dito talaga sa atin. Halimbawa, yung parts tayo may gawa, ganyan. Would our sponsor agree or can expound further dun sa situation natin?
Yes, our situation is that we really have to support the motor vehicle industry. Right now, there are two participants on our car manufacturing program. And these are Toyota and then with Vios as the manufactured product, and then also Mitsubishi. So these are limited to only these two. And therefore, we would like to open more so that other brands of car manufacturers can come, and because it will provide jobs. So we hope that there will be more investors. First, we strengthen those already in the program, Toyota and Mitsubishi, by granting them more incentives. And probably in the future, by supporting them, we're able to export those made here and then exported abroad. Now, as to spare parts, yes, over the years, our cars already have about 50 to 60% of their spare parts already produced by Philippine parts manufacturing industry. But we want really that if possible, everything will already come from our country, because when you support the spare parts industry, that will add more jobs and more income to our people.
Mr. Speaker, nabagit po ang tungkol sa spare parts.
Yes.
Doon naman po sa yung main body ng ating mga vehicles, meron pong na-mention na dalawang kumpanya.
Yes.
Meron po bang mga kumpanya na mas based po dito sa atin, tapos hindi po sila subsidiary or connected dun sa mga multinational or transnational corporations na maaari ding makabenepisyo kapag naging batas po ang House Bill 11402.
That is the dream that we could be able to manufacture our own cars and other motor vehicles. However, these are large economies. These are large investments, billions. So we can, support our local industry if something will emerge. But so far, it's the policy to support already multinationals because they have all the expertise and they can produce cheaper than probably what a standalone Philippine manufacturing car company can do. So ours is, we will not, re-engineer the wheel. We are saying that we should be quite open to more investors to come here, use most of the spare parts here, and then even be able to export abroad so that we can also earn dollars for our country.
Mr. Speaker, sa Section 13 ng Panukalang Batas, it mentions the Comprehensive Automotive Resurgence Strategy Program o ang CARS program na napaglalaanan din ng pondo sa mga nakaraang national budget natin.
Yes.
By explicitly putting it in this House bill, kung maging batas po ito, would it imply na taon-taon talaga parang plakado na sa ating general appropriations na merong tiyak na pondo para sa CARS program?
Yes, that is why right now we have a CARS program, but precisely we want to enlarge that and we want to give more fiscal and non-fiscal incentives so that those who are already here under the CARS program, which is Toyota and Mitsubishi, will be more encouraged to put in more machines and be able to produce more. And then if other companies would come here, Ford was here, but they were forced to leave the country because of lack of support. And so other companies, once they see that our country gives all these fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, which will be included in the Strategic Priorities Investment Plan, SIIP, it is hope that there'll be more. With more manufacturing companies, then we are able to have more employment and more taxes to be paid for our programs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last few remaining questions.
Yes.
Nasa Section 9, Subsection D, maglilikha po ng isang council na
Yes.
ang isa sa magiging mga responsibilidad ay yung mag-recommend na measures to support the positioning of the Philippines as an alternative production and export hub in the ASEAN region.
Yes.
So if we discuss the situation in the ASEAN region, so sa ngayon po ba, alin yung mga bansa sa Southeast Asia na sa ngayon ay mas sila yung nakaka-capture halimbawa ng ganitong role doon sa supply chain ng motor vehicle industry?
One is Thailand. Thailand has so many incentives that many international car manufacturing companies have put their plants there, employing many Thailanders and being able to export to some other countries in the ASEAN. And so therefore, of course, in ASEAN, we have also a burgeoning industry in Indonesia, where they're putting their, and some other ASEAN countries. But therefore, that is why we need this, to position the Philippines among 10 ASEAN countries as a destination for investments, so that we will capture them and we will have more employment to our people and more taxes to be paid, and therefore it will be the impetus and it will encourage the development of our economy.
So para mas ma-imagine po natin ang posibleng mangyari, hindi lamang dito sa ating bansa pero within the region. So assuming po na mangyayari ang mga layunin ng House Bill 11402. So for example, meron pong multinational motor vehicle company na sa ngayon mas nag-invest po siya doon sa mga nabanggit na bansa, like example, Thailand. So mangyari po ba kapag na-position natin yung Pilipinas as this alternative hub for this purpose, so posible bang aside doon sa mga nabanggit na bansa, sa atin din mag-i-invest or posible din po bang ma-pull natin yung nai-invest sa ibang bansa papunta sa atin?
Well, there is a chance, a big chance, Mr. Speaker, that other international car manufacturing brands, probably those already in Thailand and Indonesia, may not be putting up. But there are many. There are German cars, there are American cars, there is, of course, Toyota, and about 5 Japanese brands of cars. So once we are able to have this bill, hopefully, because of the incentives and non-fiscal incentives, we will encourage these big multinational companies to come here and employ our people and provide for taxes to be paid to our government.
So mula dun sa ASEAN, Mr. Speaker, kung globally naman, para ma-map out din po natin ang magiging supply chain nito. So as mentioned, merong mga Japanese companies, meron ding American, meron German. Saan pa po ba yung ibang mga bansa na meron ding established na role dun sa motor vehicle industry?
Well, we have also the French, and then also, of course, the German, I have stated, and Italian, the Fiat, and also the others. And so we are saying that it's a possibility that these car-producing countries, their car companies there, may take a second look now on the Philippines with all our incentives being part of the strategic priorities investment plan. Then they will see what are we going to offer them. It is really, Mr. Speaker, the being able to compete with other countries and to even have more, because our country has the needed labor, skilled labor that we have, and therefore, if we could easily be able to provide the best employment, the best employees in this car manufacturing program.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, na-mention po ng ating sponsor ang isang mahalagang component naman for the motor vehicle industry. And in fact, even across industries, which is labor. So, ang gusto kong ma-discuss naman, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the raw materials para magawa yung mga to. So, we have these multinational companies based in other countries, Europe, US, Japan. Saan po ba nila usually nakukuha yung mga raw materials na kinakailangan nila para ma-create whether yung parts man o yung mga significant na components ng mga motor vehicles?
In big countries and powerful countries, the United States, they get it in the local because they produce their metals, they produce all of this, and they have the capital to have the spare parts and then the assembly. Because for motors, General Motors, all of this started quite, about more than a century ago. And so therefore, we are saying that in this case, we in the country, as long as we put a field which is inviting to them, then there's a big chance that these other countries, they will expand, because after all, the Philippines has 110 million population. And we will always need, because a big market actually, on that particular score. And so therefore, these are all the indications. We have a big market, however, we have very less incentives, both fiscal and non-fiscal incentives.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, meron din po bang mga ganong kumpanya na ang pinanggagalingan ng kanilang mga ginagamit na materials ay galing din sa mga low-income or third-world countries?
Yeah, there are also. I believe that like in parts of Europe, some will come from Eastern Europe where it is cheaper to produce the spare parts. And so therefore, there are instances. But Germany, for example, they are able to have all of their parts coming from Germany. The United States, and also probably France, and also Italy.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, ang isang inaalala ko lang regarding the supply chain of motor vehicles kasi very intensive din siya dun sa pangangailangan for various minerals. And given na sa Pilipinas tayo, isa tayo sa mga top countries in terms of our mineral resources. Kaya naman, aside sa motor vehicles, kahit doon sa mga electric vehicles natin, tinitingnan din talaga tayo as a source of those much needed minerals. So, it's very essential for us to have or be part of a supply chain kung saan hindi tayo yung magiging dihado at the end of the day. Since we have the much needed minerals, tapos kung yung labor din natin, as mentioned, ay malaki din naman yung ating labor force, it's a matter of, for example, paano natin paano tayo mag-ensure ng much needed capital. At so far, based on our discussion, ang isang name-mention na source is yung mga established na based sa ibang bansa. So, sa bill din po natin, edi nandyan ang possible na pag-provide ng incentives doon sa mga kumpanya na yon. Meron din po bang component wherein kung merong mga we can say budding or possibly growing na mga local players din natin, if any, Mr. Speaker, kung meron man, tapos mabigyan din natin ng kinakailangang capital para ma-jumpstart yung kanilang papel din doon sa motor vehicle industry?
Yes, this council will precisely evaluate even our own homegrown manufacturers, motor manufacturer in our country. And then this council will now be recommending to the BOI for inclusion in the SRIP. Then with the investment plan and the manufacturing plan to be approved by the President. Yes, there is always that. The council is there to be able to make plans. And if there is a promising homegrown car manufacturing entity, that will be supported under this particular car manufacturing bill.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, yan ang isa sa mga mainam na matutukan din eventually ng council, lalo na't dahil din naman sa maraming mga taon wherein naging reliant yung ating bansa doon sa mga multinational companies when it comes to the motor vehicle industry, edi kaya ang nangyayari, Mr. Speaker, ay mas ang papel natin ay para tayong bahagi lamang ng isang global assembly line. Tapos yung product, edi mababa lang yung eventually nakukuha nating returns talaga dahil nga we have the resources supposedly like the labor, tapos yung mga mineral resources. Pero dahil wala tayong sarili pang na build up talaga na player din. Kaya yung full gain sana from our participation in this industry ay hindi natin fully na ma-maximize. So with that, Mr. Speaker, so far ba sa Department of Trade and Industry, meron po ba silang natatala kahit hindi pa yung super nakakapag-compete kasi nga, well, given the current situation, wala pa yung sobrang kayang-kayang mag-compete talaga. Pero meron bang nagpapakita ng potential ganun, na mga local na mga players na?
Well, I remember the Francisco Motors built our jeepneys and have come out. But again, we have the council, the council that will solely function as a central planning, coordinating, and monitoring body. So these considerations will be there. And then we can probably give even more incentives to locally manufactured and homegrown manufacturers.
Okay. With that, Mr. Speaker, final topic dun sa prioritization for domestically manufactured vehicles. Gusto ko lang pong mag-clarify doon sa paano natin nakakwalify ang isang domestically manufactured vehicles. Kasi sa mga committee hearings po sa Committee on Transportation, dito po kami nagkakatalo ng ating Department of Transportation. Kasi for them, basta na assemble dito sa Pilipinas, ang tawag na po nila doon ay domestically manufactured. Pero kasi when we say manufacturing, di ba, it comes with kung paano nakakome up yung iba't ibang mga parts, ganyan. So, hindi siya yung assembly lang. Pero sa point of view kasi ng Department of Transportation, basta na-assemble dito sa atin, matatawag na yung domestically manufactured. So, paano po natin ma-ensure lang na ang pinaprioritize talaga natin ay yung domestically manufactured? Paano lang yung maayos na pag-qualify ng mga vehicles?
Under Section 14, Article 14, at Article 4, the local government units and the national government and GOCCs shall prioritize the procurement of domestically manufactured, meaning it is built here, but probably not Filipino. For example, we have Toyota, Mitsubishi. And they shall prioritize the procurement of domestically manufactured motor vehicles, which shall be at least 50% of their existing motor vehicle fleet. And so, for example, Toyota, they have the Vios, and Mitsubishi, the other brand. So, if you are having about more than 50% of your fleet, your different kinds of cars, then this will set in already, and the government will have to, under Section 14, the procurement for government vehicles will now will fall under this, and which is a requirement also to our national government. But that will be identified by the National Council. Which of these are ones that should be bought from because they have more than 50% of their existing motor vehicle fleet.
Okay, with that, Mr. Speaker, I have no further questions, and I thank our sponsor dun sa pagsagot. This will help us weigh the different possible impacts of the bill before we cast our vote. Salamat.
Thank you, our distinguished colleague, Raul Manuel, and thank you very much, Speaker, and also our Majority Leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Manuel. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpellate, I move that we now terminate the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship of the debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendment is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to introduce committee or individual amendment, I now move that we close the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendment is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 11402 under Committee Report number 1407.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11402. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11402 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleagues.
Rodriguez. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business, and for such purpose may request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as committee reports and communications.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the bills and resolution on first reading, as well as communication and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading, House Bill 11411, providing for the Magna Carta of Local Filipino Minors, by Representative Yap Eric.
The Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 11413, establishing the Marilake Highway Monitoring Group, by Representative Tanhuatco.
Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 11414, mandating the PhilHealth to cover all essential maternity care related expenses of indigent and financially incapacitated patients, by Representative Tepes.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 11415, mandating the inclusion of the professional or doctor's fees in the coverage of medical assistance to indigent and financially incapacitated patients program of the DOH by Representative Teves.
The Committee on Health.
Resolutions. House Resolution 2222, expressing the profound sympathy and condolences of the House of Representatives on the passing of Honorable Edsel Silagman and commending his outstanding contributions to the Philippine legislation, human rights, and public service by Representative Vargas.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution number 2223, titled Expressing the Profound Sympathy and Condolences of the House on the passing of Philippine screen icon Gloria Romero and commending her outstanding contributions to the country's entertainment industry by Representative Vargas.
The Committee on Rules.
Message from the Senate. Message dated February 3, 2025, informing the House of Representatives that on even date, the Senate approved the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2555 and House Bill number 11113.
The Committee on Transportation.
Communication, letter dated February 4, 2025, of the House Chairperson and of the Committee on Public Accounts, submitted to the Speaker of the House a copy of their progress report on House Resolution 1918.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee report number 1410, submitted by the Committee on Natural Resources on House Bill 11409. Committee report number 1411, submitted by the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms on House Bill 11412. Committee report number 1412, submitted by the Committees on Higher and Technical Education, Appropriations and Ways and Means on House Bill 11416. Committee report number 1413, submitted by the Committees on Natural Resources and Appropriations on House Bill 11421.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 8937 and Senate Bill number 2826, enhancing the fiscal regime for the mining industry. Representative Joey Sarte Salceda, Representative Micaela Angela Suwansing, Representative Midi Encua, Representative Gus Tambunting, Representative Ambrosio Cruz Jr., Representative Ray T. Reyes, and Representative Sergio Dagook.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said Conference Committee. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 10926, renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to the Manila Electric Company. We have been informed that the Committee on Legislative Franchises, sponsor of the aforementioned House Bill, as well as the authors, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. In accordance with the rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 10926. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 10926. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 11072, expanding the franchise area of the Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated. We have been informed that the Committee on Legislative Franchises, sponsor of the aforementioned House Bill, as well as the authors, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. In accordance with the rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 11072.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 11072. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate passed with amendments House Bill number 10146, increasing the bed capacity of the Laguna Provincial Hospital, San Pedro District Hospital in the city of San Pedro, province of Laguna. We have been informed that the Committee on Health, sponsor of the aforementioned House Bill, as well as the authors, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measure. In accordance with the rules, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 10146.
There is a motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 10146. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the Senate have approved on third reading House Bill number 9396, and Senate Bill number 2617 respectively, Panaon Island Protected Seascape Act. We have been informed that Committee on Natural Resources, sponsor of House Bill number 9396, as well as the authors thereof, is in concurrence with the provisions of Senate Bill number 2617. In accordance with the rules, I move to adopt Senate Bill number 2617 as an amendment to House Bill number 9396.
There is a motion to adopt Senate Bill number 2617 as an amendment to House Bill number 9396. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2617 is adopted as an amendment to House Bill number 9396. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the Senate have approved on third reading House Bill number 11341 and Senate Bill number 2669 respectively, strengthening the Polytechnic University of the Philippines as the National Polytechnic University. We have been informed that the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, sponsor of House Bill number 11341, as well as the authors thereof, is in concurrence with the provisions of Senate Bill number 2669. In accordance with the rules, I move to adopt Senate Bill number 2669 as an amendment to House Bill number 11341.
There is a motion to adopt Senate Bill number 2669 as an amendment to House Bill number 11341. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2669 is adopted as an amendment to House Bill number 11341. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, February 3, 2025, we adopted House Resolution number 2214, expressing the profound condolences to the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Edsel C. Lagman, representative of the 1st Legislative District of Albay, during the 8th, 9th, 10th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 17th, 18th, and 19th Congress. I move for the consolidation of similar measures, House Resolution numbers 2216 and 2222 with House Resolution number 2214.
There is a motion to consolidate House Resolution numbers 2216 and 2222 with House Resolution number 2214. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the progress report submitted by the Committee on Public Accounts on House Resolution number 1918. Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of the progress report submitted by the Committee on Public Accounts on House Resolution number 1918, alleged irregularities in the procurement process and unlawful contracts entered into by the Municipality of Mexico, Pampanga, in violation of relevant auditing, procurement, and other laws. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Joseph Stephen Caraps S. Paduano for his sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Caraps Paduano is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable Speaker, esteemed colleagues, good evening. The Committee on Public Accounts is respectfully submitting this progress report on the ongoing inquiry on House Resolution number 1918, which directs the committee to investigate the alleged irregularities in the procurement process, unlawful contracts, and real property transactions entered into by the Municipality of Mexico, Pampanga in possible violation of relevant auditing, procurement, and local government laws. This report, Mr. Speaker, provides an update on the developments in the hearings conducted thus far, including initial observations and matters requiring further examination and action. As you may recall, Mr. Speaker, on July 26, 2023, the committee initiated a motu proprio inquiry into alleged irregularities in the procurement process and unlawful contracts entered into by the municipality of Mexico, Pampanga. Over the course of the 12 hearings, the committee identified numerous issues concerning the misuse of public funds and potential violation of the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, including plunder. Throughout our investigation, Mr. Speaker, we exposed the abuses committed by the former Mayor Teddy Tumang and took measures to prevent the continued misuse of public funds. On August 6, 2024, the House of Representatives established a panel of committees now known as the QUADCOM, composed of the Committees on Dangerous Drugs, Public Order and Safety, Human Rights, and Public Accounts, to investigate the transnational crimes and their impact on our economy and national security. As a result, Mr. Speaker, the motu proprio inquiry was absorbed into the QUADCOM's broader investigations. As key figures in our inquiry, we found to be linked to a transnational syndicate involved in POGOs, drug operations, and other illegal activities. Recognizing the need to properly address the local governance issues specific to Mexico, Pampanga, I filed House Resolution number 1918 to restore jurisdiction to this committee and allow us to continue and conclude the inquiries we initiated, separating them from the national security matters under the QUADCOM. The progress report on House Resolution 1918, which we are set to submit for the information of the Speaker, details the issues covered, discoveries made, evidence gathered, and initial recommendation of the committee. Among these are, number one, anomalous procurement and disbursement in Mexico, Pampanga, amounting to 149.1 million pesos. The committee conducted a detailed breakdown of these transactions and concluded that they were plunderous in nature. Number two, the loan agreement with the DPP. Then Mayor Teddy Tumang secured a 950 million loan from DPP for municipal infrastructure projects. Following the committee findings of irregularities and the discovery that proposed the municipal hall was to be constructed on swampland, the DBP halted the loan agreement, preventing taxpayers from being burdened with debt for an irregular white elephant project. Number three, Mr. Speaker, anomalous land acquisition for a new government center. The municipality purchased 2 parcels of land totaling 27,869 square meter for 79.5 million pesos. The committee found that the legal process for the land acquisition and reclassification were not followed, and signatures of deceased owners had been forged as part of a conspiracy involving Mayor Tumang and his associates. And that includes Eddie Yang, a Chinese national who fraudulently obtained Filipino citizenship. The Department of Agrarian Reform, or DAR, and the Office of the Solicitor General are currently evaluating legal avenues to recover the land, while the Commission on Audit is in the process of holding former Mayor Tumang financially accountable to ensure the return of the funds taken from the people of Mexico, Pampanga, and used in the irregular transaction. It must be noted, Mr. Speaker, that while these agencies are still reviewing the respective legal actions, the prosecution of criminal liability must remain, and the committee might recommend that the crime of plunder, falsification of public documents, and other relevant crimes should be pursued against those involved in such highly irregular transactions. These are the major findings uncovered in Mexico, Pampanga, along with the corresponding actions taken by the committee and relevant agencies. Through this progress report, Mr. Speaker, we aim not only to expose these irregularities, but also to send a clear warning to other officials of LGUs that violate laws, rules, and regulations. The Committee on Public Account, Mr. Speaker, is watching them. May I emphasize that the submission of this progress report does not terminate our inquiry. Accordingly, the committee retains jurisdiction over the matters outlined in the report, and all orders previously issued by the committee, including contempt and arrest orders, remain in effect, Mr. Speaker. Let us continue to work together and ensure that our actions reflect the trust the people have placed in us. Together, we can uphold the principles of accountability, transparency, and integrity in all that we do and create the positive change our country deserves. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Honorable Paduano. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the findings and recommendations as contained in the progress report submitted by the Committee on Public Accounts on House Resolution number 1918.
Is there any objection to the motion? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the Committee on Public Accounts recommendation for the immediate conduct of more in-depth investigations and or preliminary investigations on certain public officials, employees, private individuals, corporations, and other entities summoned in this legislative investigation, and institute the filing of proper cases if warranted, I move that the progress report submitted by the Committee on Public Accounts on House Resolution number 1918 be transmitted to the agencies mentioned in the aforementioned report for their appropriate action. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection to the motion? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to transmit the progress report to the agencies mentioned in the report. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move for the consideration of House Bill number 11395 under Committee Report number 1397. Copies of the bill have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill?
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 11395.
House Bill 11395, an act institutionalizing the assistance to individuals in crisis situations program of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, providing penalties for the violation of certain unlawful acts and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Stella Luz Kimbo to sponsor the bill.
The Honorable Stella Luz Kimbo is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Maraming salamat. Honorable Speaker, esteemed colleagues, 40.9 billion pesos, 6.5 million Filipinos. That's what AIX delivered in 2023. Not handouts, but rather help. Not favors, but rather relief. But for this program to keep on working, we need to protect it from abuse. And this is precisely the reason for why I am sponsoring House Bill 11395 to institutionalize AIX, protect it from abuse, ensure that no one manipulates aid for power, and more importantly, to ensure its continuity across administrations. The bill's key features are as follows. First, full transparency. Under Section 12, DSWD must publish annual reports on how AIX funds are spent, who benefited, where, and how much. Number 2, no political interference. Section 13 makes it illegal for LGU officials or their relatives to meddle in AIX distribution. No more political favors. Aid should go to those who need it, not those with connections. Number 3, real consequences for bad behavior. Section 14 introduces strict penalties. Officials caught interfering, 6 months jail time. Fraudulent claims, for first offense, 1 year suspension from AIX. For the second offense, up to 6 years in prison. For organizations involved, the law will hold them accountable for up to 10 years behind bars. We are closing loopholes, we are shutting down abuse, we are ensuring that AIX remains what it was meant to be, a lifeline, not a tool for politics. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Honorable Kimbo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of interpellation is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Raul Manuel for his interpellation.
The Honorable Raul Manuel is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Is our good sponsor willing to yield to some questions?
Yes, gladly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unang tanong, Mr. Speaker, kailan po ba nagsimula ang pagpapatupad ng AIX o itong Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situation?
Nag-umpisa po ang pagpapatupad ng AIX noong July 2022.
And nung panahon po na yon, ang mga kababayan natin, since ang year po ay 2022, ibig sabihin, nandyan pa rin ang mga after effects ng naging economic crisis ng pandemya, yung peak or height ng COVID-19 pandemic. Kaya ang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, ngayong wala tayo sa height ng COVID-19 pandemic, ano ang mayroon na mga dahilan bakit pinagpapatuloy pa rin ang AIX?
Sa ngayon po ay hindi pa natin masasabi na mayroon pa tayong full recovery. Mayroon pa rin pong patuloy pa rin na nag-a-avail ng iba't ibang klaseng assistance sa ilalim ng programa na ito. At kung mamarapatin ninyo, ang full range ng assistance are as follows. Merong medical assistance, funeral assistance, transportation assistance, educational assistance, food assistance, cash assistance for other support services, material assistance, which would include assistive devices, for example. Meron din pong psychosocial support as well as referral services. Na ibig sabihin, kung meron pong assistance na hindi pwedeng maibigay ng DSWD, ay pwedeng ma-refer sa iba't iba pang mga ahensya. So, yun pong, so marami pong mga economic shocks na pwedeng mangyari sa isang household, katulad ng mawalan ka ng trabaho, at ito po ang, kumbaga po, ito po ang sinasalo ng ating programa.
Mr. Speaker, on the types of assistance, can our sponsor sort kung alin po dito ang mga kasalukuyang napaprovide na forms of assistance through AIX? Ibig sabihin po yung programa na pinapatupad ng DSWD habang wala pa po itong panukalang batas. At alin naman po ang mga posibleng bagong forms of assistance kapag naging batas na po itong institutionalization?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, lahat po ng nakasaad sa panukalang batas ay ang full range ng current program. So what we're doing is to simply institutionalize the current program.
Which means, Mr. Speaker, kahit ang psychosocial support service at ang referral service, meron pong mga kababayan tayo na nakatanggap na o naka-benefit through this form of assistance from DSWD. Tama po ba?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ang kasunod po na tanong, at ito ay isang significant question sa hanay po na ating mga kababayan, and it really became a matter of public discourse, lalo po in connection to the 2025 national budget. Ang isang sentimiento po ng ating mga kababayan na habang kinikilala natin na meron naman talagang social function ang iba't ibang forms ng ayuda, pero dapat ay hindi makontento lang sa ayuda ang ating mga government agencies dahil una ay pwedeng mag-create ito ng dependence sa ating mga kababayan na hindi na sila magkaroon ng drive na magtrabaho, and also on the part of the government, Mr. Speaker, na pwedeng makontento rin ang mga public officials na mag-provide ng ayuda habang hindi ginagawa ng paraan yung mga long-term na pagbabago na dapat mangyari, kagaya ng sustainable job creation, ang pag-ensure ng accessible services. No? Halimbawa, yung mga kababayan natin, they would not line up for these cash assistance, kagaya ng AIX, kung halimbawa hindi ganun kamahal ang binabayaran nila sa kanilang paaralan, or hindi rin ganun kamahal ang gamot o iba pang mga basic na mga pangangailangan. So paano lang po natin ma-deter yung ganong grave na pwedeng scenario?
Abuse, Mr. Speaker. Tama po ba, Your Honor?
Yung ano po muna, yung sa aspect ng wala tayong significant efforts para dun sa mga problema ng mga kababayan natin. Tapos pwedeng maging reliant, hindi lang yung mga Pilipino, pero maging yung gobyerno na nagmukhang may nagagawa tayo simply by providing the ayuda, pero di natin ginagawa ng paraan talaga na meron silang trabaho, ganyan, para sustainable yung kanilang income.
Una sa lahat, Mr. Speaker, the program ensures that ang assistance is based on specific needs, and those needs need to have proper documentation. So halimbawa po, for funeral assistance ay kailangan meron pong death certificate issued, meron pong certification from the hospital, meron pong funeral contract, meron pong certification from the barangay, meron, and so on and so forth. So merong a number of documents to ensure na talaga pong merong namatay, etc. So at least po, yon ay to validate na talagang ang isang tao po ay namatayan. So that is to prevent yung tinatawag na abuse. So pagdating po sa ganitong klaseng economic shock, malinaw naman po na mahirap naman pong magkaroon ng repeat. sa ganitong klaseng sitwasyon. Medical assistance, may gano'n din po na requirement, medical certificate, discharge summary, certificate of confinement. So, pagdating sa confinement, medyo masasabi din natin na mahirap din po sigurong na in a one-year period na yung masasabi na ilang beses ka mako-confine sa isang taon ay malilimit din naman po. So, merong natural limits to the frequency of availment. So, yun ang magiging natural control sa pag-avail nitong klaseng medical assistance. So, may mga ganon na control sa bawat isang klaseng, sa bawat type of assistance. Ngayon naman po, I completely agree with you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, doon sa anong pwede natin gawin para hindi tayo magkaroon ng dependence sa ganitong klaseng assistance. Ito po kasi ay para sa economic shocks na hindi mo talaga ma-anticipate na mangyayari sa buhay mo. Katulad ng pagkakasakit, mamamatayan ka sa pamilya mo, or mawawalan ka ng trabaho and therefore mawawalan ka ng pambili ng iyong basic needs. Meron din pong educational assistance. So, na halimbawa po, nawalan ng trabaho ang head of the family, ang usually po na matatamaan sa ganong sitwasyon would be ang mga anak na naka-enroll sa paaralan. So, yun ang mga target beneficiaries nitong programa. So, paano natin mere-reduce ang dependence? By having other programs in other agencies, katulad po ng CHED. Pag magkaroon tayo ng mas malawak na scholarships for college, of course, libre na po ang, because of UACTE, libre na sa SUCs at saka LUCs, pero alam naman po natin na hindi lang naman yon ang gastusin ng kabataan, so kailangan pa pong lumawak ang ating mga programa tulad ng tulong-dunong. Kailangan halimbawa din ng, this may sound not connected, but it is actually important. Connectivity has to be provided by the ICT para siguradong maging mas productive ang ating mga workers and students and so on and so forth. So other programs in other agencies also have to function so that productivity of workers and therefore incomes have to be secured. And if incomes are secured, pagdating sa isang sitwasyon na may economic shocks, ay matutulungan ang mga pamilya sa mga sitwasyon na bumababa ang kanilang kita.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Related to this topic of assistance sa mga kababayan natin, lalo pat itong AIX ay naging bunga nga ng mga iba't ibang hakbang para matulungan ang ating mga kababayan na naapektuhan ng COVID-19 pandemic, no? At nag-suffer dun sa mga economic hardships. While ang bill na ito ay nakatutok sa AIX, pero gusto ko lang ma-point out, Mr. Speaker, dahil aside sa AIX, nandyan din ang tupad na meron ding sariling objectives. Pero if they have a similarity, itong mga programa ay nagsimula nung height nung pandemya, ganyan. At ang mga programa na ito ay pinagpapatuloy natin hanggang ngayon. And in fact, meron ding hiwalay pa na mga efforts also to institutionalize yung tupad, no? So habang hiwalay na measure siya, pero ang point na gusto kong ma-raise, Mr. Speaker, kasi it seems na may ganitong mga efforts to institutionalize yung mga programs na supposedly ay merong sinoserve na specific context and time period. So, paano natin maiiwasan na yung mga ganitong programa ay maging source na siya ng hindi ganun ka-conducive na relationship between government as an institution tsaka ang mga kababayan natin. Kasi yung mga forma ng assistance, dapat nagsusuit siya doon sa kung ano ang call of the time. So, for example, yung pandemya, sa bahagi din po natin, we proposed specific forms din naman ng mga ayuda, ganyan. Pero nakita natin na habang nagsasubside na ang mga impacts ng pandemya, pwede rin naman talaga meron pang forms ng ayuda. At tayo din naman habang nandyan yung AIX ay gusto natin lubos siyang mapakinabangan ng ating mga kababayan. Pero may ibang tono siya kapag ang nais na po niya ay pag-institutionalize. Lalo na't I think na banggitin po kanina, yung dependence kapag nag-evolve siya ay pwede na siyang maging form ng abuso, and on the part of officials ay magamit na siya as leverage or patronage pa sa ating mga kababayan. So, paano po natin maiwasan yun?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, with due respect, gusto ko po sanang mag-disagree dun sa punto na hindi natin kakailanganin ang isang programa tulad ng AIX on a permanent basis. Ang dahilan is because of the simple idea that uncertainty in a person's life is certain. Laging may uncertainty sa buhay ng tao. Laging magkakaroon ng sakit, laging magkakaroon ng kamatayan, laging magkakaroon ng job loss. Hindi lang natin alam kung kailan. And that's the reason for why social protection programs is important. So, the only question is, in what form? Halimbawa, sa ibang bansa, merong unemployment insurance program. Dito ba sa Pilipinas meron? Wala. Meron ba tayong... So, ang AIX, arguably, provides that. Pag mawalan ka ng trabaho, anong ipapakain mo sa anak mo? Kailangan mo ng food assistance. Kailangan mo ng pamasahe dahil kailangan mong sunduin ang iyong elderly na ina na nasa probinsya. So, kailangan mo ng transportation allowance. So, yun ang purpose ng AIX program. And so, nagkataon lang po, nagkaroon ng pandemya. All of a sudden, na-educate ang buong bansa sa pangangailangan ng social protection program. Tama, lumaki ang pangangailangan ng social protection program because all of a sudden, all Filipinos needed assistance. Kaya lumaki. So, lumaki ng bonggang-bongga, but for all, for AIX, TUPAD, and for others. Pero, nawala ang pandemya, lumiit na ang total ng pangangailangan. However, kailangan pa rin natin ng social protection. So, at naging mas maliwanag sa atin lahat that social protection is necessary. I think ganun ang aking pagtingin sa social protection. It is really important. Economic shocks is a part of life. And the effect of economic shocks is it impacts consumption smoothing. Yung imbis na smooth ang consumption mo, nagkakaroon ng spikes, downward spikes, di ba? So, paano mo is-smoothen out ang consumption mo? Kailangan kang humingi ng ayuda for a specific period in time. So, yun po. Kasi 3 times a day, kailangan natin kumain. So, kung today, wala kang trabaho, unfortunately, we need to go to government and seek for help.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gusto ko pong malaman din yung, in terms of the figures, since nag-start ang AIX, ilan po ang bilang na beneficiaries sa bawat taon? No? Since ilang years pa lang naman itong napapatupad habang wala pa pong batas. Gusto ko pong malaman yung numbers dahil tayo rin naman, Mr. Speaker, yung mga kababayan natin na nangangailangan ng financial assistance para sa iba't ibang pangangailangan, suportado po talaga natin yan. In fact, wala tayo sa point na gusto nating ipatigil ang pagpapatupad ng mga programa gaya nito kasi nga for survival, meron talaga tayong mga kababayan na habang naghahanap din naman ng trabaho, pero let's say sa araw na ito, na wala pa siyang trabaho, kaysa magutom siya o wala nang maipakain sa kanilang anak, edi kung kailangan nating mabigyan muna ng pansamantalang tulong para lang ma-survive yung araw na ito. Para bukas ay merong enerhiya ang ating kababayan para makapaghanap din naman talaga ng trabaho, especially mga trabaho na nilikha natin dito sa ating bansa at nagpa-provide ng maayos na sahod. So with that, every form of assistance na genuinely nakakatulong sa ating mga kababayan, suportado natin. Kaya when we proceed one step further na ma-institutionalize natin siya, very essential, Mr. Speaker, yung mga safeguards talaga. Lalo na kung ilan man yung nakaka-benefit nitong mga nagdaang taon, pag na-institutionalize siya, meron tayong ina-ensure na bilang na ng mga future beneficiaries. So, yan po, again, ilan po so far yung beneficiaries?
So, Mr. Speaker, simula po nung nagkaroon tayo ng updated guidelines, which was in 2022, 4.4 million po in 2022. In 2023, as I had mentioned in my speech, 6.5 million. And for 2024, it's 7.1 million beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So far, Mr. Speaker, sa naging mga deliberations on this bill, since I'm not a member of the Mother Committee kung saan po ito nasalang. Meron po bang na-envision na bilang din ng mga beneficiaries sa darating na mga taon for the AIX program?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, hindi masyadong magbabago ang bilang between 2024 and 2025 dahil po hindi naman po masyado malaki po ang pinagbago in terms of budget. Kasi po ngayon 2025, ang budget is about 44 billion pesos. So that's about less than a 10% increase. Noong 2024, the budget was 34 billion pesos.
Okay,
So, pwede natin ma-project yun. Hindi malalayo sa 7.1 million.
That's noted, Mr. Speaker. And dun sa paano natin masusugpo yung paggamit sa ayuda as a form of securing yung patronage ng ating mga kababayan, I'd like to cite ang isang naging experience ng DSWD. No? Kasi ibig sabihin ay nasubukan at napakita na posible. Ito po ay isa sa mga pwedeng maging reference natin sa pag-safeguard ng ating mga social services and protection programs. Dati po ang DSWD, noong taong 2016 ay nakapaglabas siya ng isang memorandum circular. This is Memorandum Circular number 19, Supplemental Guidelines on the Implementation of Protective Services Program. Tapos, ang pinagbatayan ng Memorandum Circular na ito ay ang pag-ensure na walang role ang legislature sa execution ng budget after we have approved the General Appropriations Act. Kaya ang nakalagay po dito, Mr. Speaker, ay hindi integral sa implementation ng mga services ng DSWD during that time ang referral letter. So, if I may read, no, para mas sure, nakasaad po dito, Mr. Speaker, that and I quote, referral letters from individuals, group of individuals, or organization including public officials, whether national or local executives, legislators, members of the judiciary, or constitutional commission, are not integral to the implementation of the PSP or the Protective Services Program. So, ibig sabihin, while nandyan ang mga referral letters para pwedeng mag-recommend ang sino man, pero hindi siya kinoconsider as a strict requirement bago makapag-avail ang ating mga kababayan. So, meron po bang ganong similar provision or safeguard dito sa ating panukalang batas na ibig sabihin kapag ikaw ay beneficiary, okay nakatanggap ka, lalo na't ang source ng funding ay pera din naman ng bayan at yun ay na-allocate para dun sa mga nangangailangan. Pero dapat ang impression sa tao, after niya matanggap, hindi niya makita na para bang utang na loob niya doon sa nag-facilitate na kung sino mang official. Since supposedly, part ng duty natin ay pag-allocate ng budget. After that, nagawa na po natin yung trabaho natin. Pero doon sa kababayan natin na nakatanggap, dapat ang utang na loob niya, kung meron man, since mga Pilipino tayo, often nababanggit, that's part of our culture. Pero kung merong utang na loob yung kababayan natin, ay utang na loob niya yon sa mamamayang Pilipino. Ibig sabihin, natanggap niya yung assistance na yon na nag-grant in behalf of the Filipino people. Kaya with that assistance, ay gagalingan niya bilang isang citizen ng bansa natin para siya ay isang maging maayos at responsableng bahagi ng ating lipunan. At hindi siya magkakaroon ng ganong dependent relationship dun sa politiko.
I agree with you na hindi tama. Hindi ako sure kung saan niyo po nabasa yan. But I agree with you na hindi tama na limited ang individual na pwedeng mag-avail. In other words, hindi po ba? Klaro, nakasulat dito, individuals in crisis situation. At nakadefine po dito kung anong ibig sabihin ng crisis situation. It refers to a condition of an individual in a stressful situation that impairs psychosocial functioning or participation in socioeconomic activities, including access to education, work, and healthcare, that requires series of interventions to prevent further exposure to vulnerabilities, exploitation, or abuse. Sa madaling salita, ang pag-define ng taong nasa isang krisis ay nakabase sa pangangailangan. Ganun lang kasimple. So, it's very broad at hindi siya nakabase sa kung sino ang nag-refer at kung sino ang taong nagsabi na ikaw ay nangangailangan. Yun ang klaro dito sa definition ng crisis situation, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. At pangalawa, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, dito po sa section on unlawful acts, ang first paragraph po dito, and allow me to read it, it shall be unlawful for the officials or employees of LGUs, their agents, representatives, or relatives within the fourth civil degree of consanguinity or affinity to interfere in any manner in the implementation or delivery of AIC services or funds to qualified beneficiaries. So, ayaw natin na mapolitika siya. Importante na qualified ang beneficiaries base sa definisyon ng crisis situation. Ibig sabihin, as long as nangangailangan ka on the basis of need, medical need, financial need, educational need, food need, transportation need, psychosocial services need, etc., as defined by the bill, qualified ka po. At ayaw natin na makapag-interfere ang mga politiko sa ganyan na sistema.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very crucial ang ganong mga safeguards, lalo na't ang na-refer po natin kanina, ang Memorandum Circular number 09, Series of 2016 ng DSWD, I cited it as a reference to exemplify na at some point ay nagkaroon po ng ganong pag-ensure ng departamento na hindi po talaga dapat nagagamit, no, for patronage ang ating mga social services. Although ngayon, dahil with the transitions that happened, ay hindi na implemented itong memorandum circular at pwedeng may iba ng mga guidelines ang DSWD, nonetheless, it shows na hindi imposible na ang ating mga serbisyo talaga ay natitiyak natin na napupunta sa ating mga kababayan na nangangailangan din naman talaga at merong clear na distinction dun sa ano ang roles ng legislative, ano din ang role ng executive sa provision ng mga serbisyo. So, mas yun lang, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, if I may, kasi napaka-importante talaga ng point na to, kasi ayaw natin yung konsepto na namimili tayo on the basis of especially political purposes. So, importante yung ma-emphasize yung definition ng target beneficiaries, which refers to individuals or families who are indigent, financially incapacitated, stateless persons, repatriates, deportees, transients, vulnerable, disadvantaged, or internally displaced persons, or in crisis situations based on the assessment of the social workers of the DSWD. So, kumbaga po, technical naman po ang pag-assess ng sino po ang tina-target ng programa natin. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since nabanggit po pala ang sa section on unlawful acts, tapos meron pang penalties, ibig sabihin po kung maging batas ang House Bill number 11395 ay malinaw ano ang mga bawal, sino yung mga pwedeng managot, at meron pang penalties. Sa current po ba na guidelines ng DSWD, dahil nga wala pang enabling law talaga to institutionalize AICs, sa ngayon ba may ganun ding pag-articulate in any order or issuance ng mga unlawful acts and penalties?
Sa ngayon po, wala. So, kanina po, nabasa ko na po yung first unlawful act. Idadagdag ko lang po itong other unlawful acts. First, defraud the government by issuing or presenting falsified or misleading documents or using false pretenses or other fraudulent acts to acquire assistance. Second, coerce, invite, encourage, or assist persons to seek assistance from the DSWD for purposes of acquiring from the beneficiary a portion of the assistance. In other words, kapag merong magsasabi sa isang individual na tutulungan kita na makakuha ng ayuda pero bibigyan mo ako ng parte ng iyong makukuha. Yon, unlawful act yon. And ito pa po, mislead an individual or group to join, pay, or cooperate with a group falsely representing connection or affiliation with the SWD or falsely promising priority in the processing of assistance. Pag sinabi, okay, sagot kita, basta buong grupo mo, kayang-kaya kitang i-prioritize sa AICS program, basta sumunod ka sa akin. Ayan, unlawful act din yan. And may penalties po tayo. Merong, for the first offense, 1-year suspension from availing any assistance from the DSWD, and for the second offense, imprisonment of not less than 1 year, but not more than 6 years. So meron pa pong imprisonment for the second offense.
Hearing that, Mr. Speaker, I have no further questions, and I thank our sponsor for providing answers sa ating mga tanong, lalo na't ang serbisyo at ang pera ng bayan ay kinakailangan talagang mapakinabangan ng mga Pilipino, lalo na yung mga naghihirap sa ngayon. Yun lang at maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po.
Thank you, Honorable Manuel, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpellate, I move that we terminate the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to introduce committee or individual amendment, I move that we close the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendment is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 11395 under Committee Report number 1397.
There's a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 11395. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 11395 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday, I move for the omnibus consideration of the following House bills. House Bill number 11114 under Committee Report number 1265, House Bill number 11361 under Committee Report number 1375, House Bill number 11371 under Committee Report number 1379, House Bill number 11377 under Committee Report number 1385, House Bill number 11379 under Committee Report number 1386, House Bill number 11392 under Committee Report number 1394, House Bill number 10991 under Committee Report number 1368, House Bill number 10880 under Committee Report number 1369, House Bill number 11374 under Committee Report number 1382, House Bill number 10485 under Committee Report number 1387, House Bill number 10138 under Committee Report number 1388, House Bill number 9923 under Committee Report number 1389, House Bill number 11380 under Committee Report number 1390, House Bill number 11362 under Committee Report number 1376, House Bill number 11406 under Committee Report number 1408, and House Bill number 11408 under Committee Report number 1409. Mr. Speaker, copies of those bills have been previously distributed to the members pursuant to our rules. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the aforementioned House bills.
House Bill number 11114, an act declaring the immediate environs within the municipality of Bulacan, province of Bulacan that cover cultural properties, national historical landmarks, shrines, monuments, sites, and other built heritage properties with notable historical and cultural significance as heritage zone, providing for their restoration, rehabilitation, conservation, and development, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 11361, an act converting the Northern Mindanao School of Fisheries in the municipality of Buena Vista, province of Agusan del Norte, into a polytechnic institution to be administered and supervised by the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 11371, an act converting the Sorsogon National Agricultural School in the municipality of Castilla, province of Sorsogon, into a polytechnic institution to be administered and supervised by the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 11377, an act establishing a regular campus of the Jose Rizal Memorial State University in the municipality of Labason, province of Zamboanga del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 11379, an act establishing a regular campus of the Davao de Oro State College in the municipality of Nabunturan, province of Davao de Oro, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 11392, an act strengthening the University of Antique, expanding its curricular offerings and the composition of the governing board and appropriating funds therefore.
House Bill 10991, House Bill 10991, an act establishing a district office of the Land Transportation Office in the municipality of Caraga, Davao Oriental, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 10880, an act converting the satellite office of the Maritime Industry Authority located in the municipality of Giyawan, province of Eastern Samar, into a regular extension office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 11374, an act converting the Land Transportation Office licensing center located in Tuguegarao City, province of Cagayan, into a regular licensing office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 10485, an act establishing a regular district office of the Land Transportation Office in the municipality of Viga, province of Catanduanes, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 10138, an act upgrading the classification of the Land Transportation District Office in Carapan City, Oriental Mindoro, from Class D to Class B, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9923, an act establishing a district office of the Land Transportation Office in the city of Sagay, Negros Occidental. House Bill 11380, an act converting the extension office of the Land Transportation Office located in the municipality of Cabagan, province of Isabela, into a regular district office to be known as the LTO District Office of Cabagan, Isabela, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 11362, an act establishing in the municipality of Tubao, province of La Union, a basic comprehensive specialty center to be known as the Tubao Mother and Child Specialty Center, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 11406, an act upgrading the Camarines Norte Provincial Hospital in the municipality of Daet, province of Camarines Norte, into a Level 3 General Hospital to be known as the Camarines Norte General Hospital, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 11408, an act declaring certain parcels of land of the public domain located in barangays Berong, Aramaywan, Isugod, Tabon, Malatgao, Kinlogan, and Kalumpang in the municipality of Quezon, province of Palawan, as agricultural land and open to disposition for agricultural, commercial, residential, industrial, and other productive purposes.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate.
is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt the explanatory notes in the bills as the respective sponsorship speeches of the sponsors or authors of the bill and the chairpersons of the committees concerned.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. The period of interpellation is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpellate the bills, I move that we now close the period of interpellation and of the sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to introduce committee or individual amendment, I now move that we close the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we vote on second reading the following House bills. House Bill number 11114, 11361, 11371, 11377, 11379, 11392, 10991, 10880, 11374, 10485, 10138, 9923, 11380, 11362, 11406, and 11408.
There is a motion for an omnibus approval on second reading the aforementioned House bills. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The House Bill number 1114, 11361, 11371, 11377, 11379, 11392, 10991, 10880, 11374, 10485, 10138, 9923, House Bill 11380, House Bill number 11362, House Bill 11406, and House Bill 11408 are approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 10592 and Senate Bill number 2837, rationalizing the mandate of the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. All those in favor of the Conference Committee report say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. The ayes have it. The said Conference Committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
I move to suspend session for a few minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Session is suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 9989, strengthening the Don Honorio Ventura State University by renaming it as the Pampanga State University, expanding its curricular offerings, and the composition of the governing board. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. All those in favor of the Conference Committee report, say aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The said Conference Committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session until tomorrow, Wednesday, February 5, 2025 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The session is suspended until tomorrow, Wednesday, February 5 at 3 in the afternoon.